on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. I need your love with me for life. I'm sorry it ended this way. I know I made wrong mistakes. I need your love with me for life.
Happy Monday, everyone. Hi. Hi, guys. Hello out there. Happy Monday. Happy Monday if one can be happy on a Monday. Am I right? Am I right? Can one even be happy on a Monday? I don't know. I don't know. Probably not. But hi, everyone. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Yay. Yay for Mondays. Okay. I came on pretty early. Well, I came on somewhat early. I've been coming on kind of like this time normally, in a way, anyway. But anyway, how's everyone doing? Everyone good out there? Let me see who we have here. We don't have many people viewing right now. Yeah, because obviously I'm coming on so early, but I wanted to come on a bit early because Trump is about to speak and is going to answer some questions about Iran. It's obviously kind of a useless exercise for us to watch him, apart for entertainment value, but I do kind of want to see what he has to say because apparently he's going to be announcing whether our valued friends of Rome are going to come to our aid in our illegal imperial conquest of Iran. So we'll see if he has anything to say about that. And then, of course, we have a bunch of other stuff planned. A bunch of other stuff planned after that. We of course are going to be we're going to be what was I going to say here? Oh yes, we're going to be talking about some Cahokia. We're going to be doing my little educational presentation about the ancient city of Cahokia, which sounds weird. It's like, what the hell's that? Why do we care? Well, you'll find out. It's quite interesting. Most people don't know anything about Cahokia. So we'll talk quickly about Cahokia. We also have a bunch of news items to cover, of course, and then some videos to watch, some reactions to do. You know how it is. You guys know how it goes. You know how it goes. You always know how it goes. All right, guys. So who do we have here today? First, we have In Your Groove. Hello, In Your Groove. So glad you're here. It is the Cahokia Mounds, Alyssa. It is the Cahokia Mounds. In Your Groove. Hello, In Your Groove. So glad you're here. Hello, Diego. Your mother's back from her vacation. Fantastic. Glad to hear from you there, Diego. JDH is here. Hello, JDH. JDH. Love you very much, JDH. You're the best, JDH, okay? Oh, and then Alyssa, then you will find this particularly interesting, I think, since you live so close to it, okay? There may be some things about it you don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Macon, hello, Macon. Macon, so glad you're here. You got a late start today. Oh, so you got to sleep in. Well, I'm okay with that, Macon. That's great. As long as you got to sleep in, zero problem with that. Good. I'm happy for you, okay? Stan Durko. Hello, Stan Durko. Stan Durko, you're a classic. You've been around for a while. Glad to see you here, Stan Durko. Thank you for the compliment there, Stan Durko, really. Thank you very much. Hello, Cody. Hello, Cody. So glad you're here, Cody. How are you doing, Cody? You happy, Cody? You happy? I hope you're doing well, Cody. What's up with you, Cody? I'm doing fine. Matt Saigai is here. Happy birthday to Matt Saigai. It's Matt Saigai's birthday, by the way, everyone. Everyone say happy birthday to Matt Saigai. I demand it as the cult leader. Happy birthday, Matt Saigai. Please tell me you're taking some time today to celebrate or do something for yourself because you deserve it. You work really hard for your PhD, etc. Take some time to yourself, Matt Saigai. I know you. I know you work really hard and shit. You need to take some time for yourself, Matt Saigai, if at all possible. Okay, don't overexert yourself today. All right. I know, Matt Saigai, but like at least after your work, do something for yourself. Okay, come on, Matt Saigai. Take a little break at some point. All right. Anyway, but still, you guys, I know you can't control everything, Matt Saigai, but happy birthday, Matt Saigai. We all appreciate you deeply. All right. Okay. Yeah. Sleep would be great, Matt Saigai. Okay. All right. Dead Inside. Hello, Dead Inside. How are you doing, Dead Inside? So glad you're here, Dead Inside. Dead Inside, you're from the South, aren't you? Aren't you from the South or some shit? I'm just curious. Wait, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm getting my brain mixed up. Never mind. Cahokia isn't in the South, but anyway. Anyway, moving on. So, okay. Just ignore that. Okay, guys. So, let's begin, shall we? Let us begin. Obviously, Trump is about to speak. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. I started early just so we could watch this. Right now, all these people are waiting for him to come into the room, and there's just cute classical music. It is Matt Saigai, I know. I read both of those things, and I was going to surprise instead of telling you in Discord, I was going to surprise you both in stream, just saying happy birthday here. So as soon as Louise gets here, I will ambush her with a happy birthday as well. Okay. So guys, all right. So again, we're waiting for Trump to speak, and we'll do that first, obviously, and then as soon as he's done, we'll go about our regular day. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. We have other stuff to learn and shit today too. So, all right. And we got lots of news. We got news things to discuss, of course. And then we got a couple videos to react to. The videos we're going to react to are from what is it called? The Good Liars, which we've reacted to before. All right. So sorry, I'm just swiping something like some crap off my screen. Okay. So this is what the situation is looking right now as we wait for Trump to come out. We'll talk while we're waiting for him. It's a very elitist gathering. Listen to that nice classical music while they all sit around here waiting for President Trump. It's kind of funny. Oh, no doubt. Come on, Midnight Mist. You know, if Donald Trump is a very stable genius, no doubt he'll have something brilliant to say that'll blow all of our minds. Louise! There's Louise. Louise, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Louise and Matt Saigai and anyone else, but mainly Louise and Matt Saigai. Two staples of the community are here. Two staples of the community are here. We cannot exist without Louise or Matt Saigai. We would literally collapse into dust. We would collapse like Cahokia, which you'll understand what I'm talking about. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about in a moment here when I say that, okay? But anyway, so yes, happy birthday to both of you, really. All right, so we're waiting for the Mango Mussolini to come out. We're waiting for the Mango Mussolini to come out. So that's good. And in the meantime, all right. Oh, hello, LaCroix. LaCroix's here. You're right. I'm sorry, Marzipan. I just drunk. Thank you. Welcome, Marzipan, by the way. I did drink. Okay. So, all right. You know, I can only take so much of this serenading music. What we're gonna do, guys, is I'll put it on in the background to make the whole presentation I'm about to do even more elitist. But why not? Okay, so I'll put that on in the background while we're waiting for the Mango Mussolini to come out and ramble aimlessly about nothing. Though apparently he's going to announce something about our relationship with our allies, that he wants to die for us in the Middle East. I am a little proud. From what I've read so far, what's unclear yet, Europe might be pushing back a little bit, but it's unclear so far, right? Apparently he's going to be announcing whether Europe is going to be coming to die for America. A lot of European countries and non-European countries are going to come die for America in this useless war. But we'll find out, I guess, and maybe he won't announce it. Who knows, okay? But let's hope that they are pushing back. I'll keep that cute little serenade music on in the background. So, do I have recommended video redeems? I'm sorry, Eleni. What do you mean by that? What do you mean recommended video redeems? That's something on Twitch that I don't know about? Because I'm very incompetent, but okay. I don't know what that is. Sorry to say. What's with the hold music? Yeah, exactly. They're at a meeting at the Kennedy Center. Yeah, I know. Me too, Louise. I hope they stand up to him. So they're waiting for him to arrive to this lunch at the Kennedy Center, and apparently he's going to answer questions about Iran before the lunch starts. But this is like the most condescending shit, right? Like, dear God, this is like, I don't know. This reminds me of like a bunch of Eleni, I don't do that. But if you put a video over on the Reacts channel in Discord, I may react to it. It depends. Yeah, Eleni, you can, if you pay me, it's more likely I'll react to it. But even if you pay me, if the video has copyright material in it, I got to be careful. So that's why I can't guarantee payment to watch a video, if that makes sense, Eleni. So I don't want to say that for sure. It increases the likelihood, but it's not a guarantee. I know that's unfair, but that's why I don't advertise that. Don't the CEO of the case? Yeah, I think so, Louise. I'm not quite sure. I haven't really been paying attention to that much, Louise. But Eleni, if you just go to the Discord and in the Reacts channel, post the video you want me to react to, and I'll see if I can react to it, and then I'll let you know. Okay. All right. So okay. Well, here comes. So, it's happening. Okay, fine. Matt Saigai, fine. It's Matt Saigai's birthday, so I'll listen to Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai says if you pay me 50 pounds, I'll react. Sure. If you give me 50 pounds, I'll definitely react. Okay, how about that? Screw the copyright. Okay. Anyway, all right. So, this is the Secretary of State. This is the Secretary of State. I'm not the Secretary of State. This is the what is it called? Secretary of Staff.
Of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Why am I saying that weirdly? I know. Ew. Why does it sound so weird? Yeah, so here comes the Emperor. Here comes Emperor Palpatine. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, awful. So right here we have Susie Wiles, who's the Secretary of Staff, or I'm sorry. Why does that sound weird when I say that?
Like the White House. Do we agree?
Ew.
Right, Mr. Kraft?
Ugh.
No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And
okay.
We'll maybe discuss a couple of general topics. This is a board meeting for the Trump-Kennedy Center.
Yeah, we don't give a shit.
But
Tell us about
we'll
Iran.
Go into a couple of other things that we have the media present. It's always present, unfortunately.
Oh, shut
Constantly.
up.
And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented.
No, Elliot, I actually think that this is, in fact, the White House, but they're just having a board meeting at the Kennedy Center at the White House, I think.
Patriots at this table.
Yeah, Ruffman.
Our
Patriots. Sorry.
Regime
there we go.
Continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone.
Obliterated.
Many, many ships have been sunk. They're war-fighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated. Their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years. And now, I guess, the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran,
including a girls'
These have
school.
been mostly commercial and military targets.
Very dangerous girls'
We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because we don't have too many missiles left.
That's true.
We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, where the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones. And that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today.
You said that all the sites were hit.
Manufacture.
A few days ago.
More than 100 Iranian naval
Guys,
vessels.
real fast, before we continue, content comment here. Please remember he's a liar. I'm not going to try and dismantle everything he says, so I don't have to pause it like I am now. But I'm not going to do fact checking right now. We all know that. Just assume everything he says is a lie, and then you can check later for the few accidental truths he says, right? But this is all lies, okay? It's all manipulation, lies, and shit like that, okay? Just to be clear.
Have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour.
Right, Shiv.
And as you know, we attacked Carg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We
What the fuck does that mean?
Do that, but that we
I
will
call
do
it the
that. We can
pipes.
do that on 5 minutes' notice. It'll be over.
Jesus.
But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way.
I
Just
know,
one
Dad.
simple word, and the pipes will be gone too. But it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But
what is he talking
we don't know
about?
that they have dropped any in. But we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait.
We want our allies to die for our war.
Some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%. China gets 90%.
Yeah, so you should
Many
send
of the Europeans get
your own people to die for our act of aggression.
South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait.
To be clear, you'd be a
shape.
sitting
The
duck to
countries
have
I
a
said
shit
we've
in that,
already taken care of
a
Iran,
ship
but
in that
now,
strait. You'd be a
because of
sitting
the
duck.
fact that
He knows
literally
that, which is why
a
he wants our
single
ally
terrorist
ships
can
to be in
put
there.
something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them.
Name them. If it's real, then name them.
Outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm, it matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor.
Oh, thank God.
Very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that that was said, because I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll protect them. And if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago, all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. 1 year before, exactly. I wrote it in a book. You can even check. About a year before the World Trade Center came down, President Clinton actually had a shot at him, and he didn't take it.
Guys, they had already attacked the World Trade Centers. The 9/11 was the second time they had attacked it. Anyway.
Unfortunately, I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And he ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait for blood. I mean, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy and their oil comes out of the Strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us.
He's mad.
It's incredible. We have we're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill.
He is mad.
We're double
any
other
tell.
nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation, and that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out. And it's been a great help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well. But we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston.
He's just saying it aloud, by the way.
To the refineries. We have refineries
We're just
set up
stealing their resources.
And it's been a great relationship, and more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source. And,
correct, Shiv.
We're getting, we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually, numbers in a pretty short period of time, numbers that they've never been able to do, we'll be doing.
Lie.
There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now. So now we're going to get down to the reason. We'll take a couple of questions in.
Guys, if it's a paper
get
tiger,
down
why
to
don't we
the
just
reason
use
we're
our
here
Navy?
Today, actually, this was set up a long
Right?
time ago.
If Iran is
It's
a paper
the
tiger, we have the largest,
Trump
we have
Kennedy
one of the most powerful navies in the
Over
world.
the
Why don't
past
we just
year,
go to
we've
the
made
Strait?
incredible
It's because
strides
he
to restore
doesn't
the
he
true
doesn't want
purpose
our
and
ships to be
prestige of
targeted.
this
He
revered
wants the Allied ships to
institution.
be targeted.
Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage,
Mithril.
but it will over a period.
Dead
of
inside, I
time.
love you. You be
We're
yourself,
rebuilding
okay?
it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been it's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been let go to hell.
Okay,
That's what
come on,
they've
let's
done.
get to the questions.
They did a poor
I want to
job.
talk about Cahokia.
They spent
Let's
money
go.
in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses. Little
Okay.
ones,
Oh my
tiny
God.
theaters that
Okay.
cost
Well,
$300
there goes a
million.
few of my brain cells. They're
And,
slowly dying.
The
Can
money
we
was
get...
spent incorrectly.
Hello, Fetty.
wrong.
Hello, Bart.
We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters.
Shut
Nobody's going
up.
to use them. They
Oh my
want the
God,
big
I don't
halls.
care. Come on, guys.
The
Like
halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad
the
shape.
holes are going to
but
be
when they're
incredible.
completed,
Excuse me.
the bones are potentially
What?
something that could be unbelievable. So I want to.
The bones and the
Before we
holes.
begin, I
I'm
want
sorry.
to
What are
thank
we
Rick
talking
Grinnell.
about?
He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela.
So, guys, he's about to answer questions from the press. I don't know. He just said he was, and they said he was. I'm not sure what he's talking about right now, but he said he's about to
He went
answer.
into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had.
Yeah, you're right, Shiv.
And he said,
I'm
who's the one that
leaving.
leaked this? And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired
I'm
the whole
leaving.
room. And he did a good job.
Okay, I need to
He was
turn up my
very
mic
good. And,
because he's loud.
During this transition period, I asked Rick if he would run it because we wanted to see. And if you remember when we first took it over, I didn't do it with enthusiasm. I did it because somebody had to do it. Had to turn it around.
What are we
Because
doing?
it was failing. It would have.
What are you talking
closed, and
about?
Physically, it would have almost fallen down. It was in very
Guys,
bad
I am
shape.
so sorry for wasting your time
The
right
steel
now.
columns
Let me.
outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, it's
So I'm going to
steel
turn
is
him down a
unusual
bit.
to have
So, guys, he's
in
going to be
building. What I
answering
do
some of the
best in life
press's
is build.
questions
I build
regarding
buildings really well.
regarding the
Really
war.
under budget
He
and
even
ahead of
said he
schedule.
was.
That's what I do.
Now, of
Unlike
course,
the
he's just
Fed.
going off on a
Fed
tangent
building,
before he
which is
does
gonna
that.
cost
Unless he's changed his
billions
mind
of
and he's
dollars.
decided
It may never
to not
open.
accept
right
questions.
Now,
but
you know, we have
we'll
a
see.
wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new head
Yeah.
of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex that was destroyed by Jerome.
What
Too
he's
late.
what are we
Powell. I
doing?
call him too
Yeah,
late
what
'cause
is
he's
this,
always
Melzer?
too late with interest. Should cut interest rates. He should cut them right now.
Oh
They should
my
have a
God,
special
he's oh my God, he's clearly senile. Oh my God, he's so senile.
meeting. What's a better time to cut interest rates than now? A third grade student would know that. But that's a terrible thing. But what I do is I build great stuff. And
By the way, that's just not true according to national curriculum standards. As a teacher, I can promise you a third grader hasn't learned what an interest rate is or hasn't learned when to cut interest rates at the Fed.
what we're going to do is, right out a magnificent ballroom being built, because this is the biggest room, and it holds like 98 people for dinner.
Okay, what are we doing?
But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom that this building and the people occupying it, in particular, every president for 150 years has clamored for a ballroom, a large, beautiful room. This is a cocktail
Guys,
room.
why is everything so
And
phallic
this will
for
actually
him?
be- this whole floor
Large,
will end up being a
biggest,
cocktail room for
largest,
the cocktail
greatest.
area, or pre-area for the
You
ballroom.
see what I
for
mean?
Dinners, so we'll have heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner. Usually, what they do is they would do them on the lawn with a tent. But when it rains, the lawn is very low.
Okay.
And you know
come
the
on,
land
come on.
in Washington. It was built on swampy wetland. And when it rains and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have as an example the king of the UK, I would say king of England. It was a great
What?
guy. He's coming in very soon. And when it rains, you know what happens? If it rains,
I'm sorry, I gotta. Okay, you guys
on
get the
time,
idea.
on
I can't.
budget. It'll
All
be
right,
under
can we?
budget. Literally, we're having it under budget. Other than we've upgraded it in terms of the marbles we're using. We're using onyx and.
Well, okay,
stones
what
that
are we talking about? I just want to get to the questions. You know what? I'm sorry. We're not gonna. What we're gonna do is this, guys. I'm gonna keep this on low in the background. Because I don't really care about what is he rambling about. I just want to hear the questions about Iran.
It'll be something really spectacular. I'm looking
Okay.
at Mr. Steve Wynn, who's
All right.
over there.
So I'm gonna lower his voice a little bit. How does that sound? How does that sound? Okay. I don't know what he's rambling about. If he answers questions from the press about Iran, we can listen to that. I just can't. I can't do it.
Whether or not he could come, and I can say the same thing for the great
All right.
Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's
So,
wonderful.
what was I going to say? Ah, yes.
She didn't have to accept that.
How's that? Is that low enough? Can you guys hear me?
I would like to come.
You know it, Inga.
Bob, we will
Can you guys hear me? Is that quiet enough? Can you guys hear me? Is that good? Is that still too loud?
Good to have you both here. These are two.
We'll keep that on in the background. It's fine. Thank you, JDH. Okay. So let's talk a bit about some shit. Again, if he starts answering questions about Iran, yeah, no, really, Meowzord. Yeah, it's okay. Whatever. You know what, guys? Screw it. I'm just gonna stop it. I don't want to. This is a waste of my time. This is a waste of all your time. He's rambling aimlessly, doing self-praise and shit. If he starts answering press questions, we'll go back to it. We could even see it later. Who knows? Whatever. We're done with that. Okay. So obviously, here's what I'm getting, guys. I'm going to put my face back up here. I did get what I wanted out of that, right? I wanted to see, apparently he was going to announce, he was going to be announcing, according to media reports, what's going on with the allies, okay? Because he's claiming, because he was claiming that he had some announcements about whether our allies would be coming to aid us in the Straits of Hormuz. I think it's pretty clear that that's not working out for him, right? The fact that he was so unclear about it and seemed genuinely angry that he's like, well, some of them aren't coming to our aid. Yeah, so good. That's a good sign. That means that there are some countries which he didn't name, which is kind of interesting, at least, that are not coming to our aid, that refuse to come to our aid. JDH, thank you. Okay, that's good, right? I'm glad. That means there is some pushback taking place, that are the friends of Rome, the friends of the empire, are not coming to the USA's aid to fight in their war of aggression, right? Our allies did not sign up for this war, all right? Our allies did not sign up for this war. They shouldn't empower it, okay? And remember how I read to you guys that foreign policy document where the Trump administration made clear they want our allies to start fighting wars for us, and start taking casualties for us, aka they want other countries' civilians and militaries and economies to go sacrifice themselves for our wars of aggression. That's what he's trying to do. It's very clear, guys, that if you put ships into the Straits of Hormuz, they're going to get shot at. Why else would we want? Why else? I mean, we could put our ships there if we really wanted to shut it down, if we really wanted to protect it. We have a pretty powerful navy, so why aren't we? Because we know that they'd be put in harm's way, and that would look bad. So he's like, no, let's send our ally ships over there instead. Let's send our ally ships over there instead. They can get sunk and hit by missiles and drones and hit, mines. We need to burden share. We need their civilians their military forces to die for us. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Sir Bartholomew. Yeah. Right. Look what. Then, like as I said, guys, this accelerates the collapse of the empire, because all it's gonna do is push the allies away, our allies away from us, into places like Russia or China. Probably China. All right. Like as Louise said, well, they should just start focusing on. They should start focusing more on China. Okay, that's what happens. That's what happened to the Roman Empire. Okay, I'm oversimplifying here, but the Roman Empire started using foreign military forces, and what do you know? Those foreign military forces stopped being somewhat obedient to Rome. Okay, they started getting minds of their own, and so all right. Hey, you know what? I'm all for it. Let's accelerate the collapse of the empire, and thanks to the strength of our of some of our allies in terms of their decision not to act. Good for them. They shouldn't. Okay. Anyway, God, Meowser, I know, it's disgusting, right? It's disgusting, all right? There you go. Hey, you know it, Sir Bartholomew. Okay, you know it. Watching the American empire collapse. As a matter of fact, I can I can even, give you an example where the Roman Empire sent an army into Germania at the time, which was Germany, and they used some local military forces and commanders, people, somewhat. A guy named what was his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. Varus, was it? No, not Varus. I forget his name. But he betrayed them, and he betrayed the Roman legion and ambushed them. Arminius, thank you. He betrayed them and ambushed them and destroyed them. Okay, like that's what happens. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, it's yeah, right. That it's you see, Meowsword, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Meowsword says he calls them allies, but shits on them daily and tariffs them as punishment. Yeah, right. That's why okay, which just is going to push them away faster. So, all right, we're not. I don't need to. I'm just going to briefly see here.
Level that it had before.
Okay, he's still rambling aimlessly. I don't even want to deal with it. Okay, yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't need it. We're done with that. Okay, so oh my goodness. Elaney, yeah, oh no, so you're right, Elaney. European powers used to do this stuff before, but not nearly on the level right now that the United States is doing it, because we are the empire right now, Elaney. We are the empire. Europe, there are no European powers with the imperial power that the United States has right now. There's a reason why we have so many military bases in their countries, and they don't have any in ours. You see what I mean? Yeah, but Elaney, the UK still does have a small empire but like it's so small though compared to like I don't even really want to call it an empire. It's like some outposts, which I guess is somewhat imperial, but it's very small. Anyway, but like compared to the United States, the UK is a minor, like I don't mean to be an asshole, but it doesn't have the same reach as it used to. Let's put it that way, okay? Yep, you're right, Elaney. They did do the same stuff to the Earth when the British Empire was very similar to the American Empire when it was the empire. But right now, America's that empire, right? So okay, uh, yeah. But regardless, yeah, you're right, Valdez. The UK does have an interest in Israel, absolutely. Okay, I'm just saying when we talk about like the American empire, it is the dominant empire right now, right? And yeah, the Europeans aren't innocent. I'm just saying though. Okay, whatever. I'm glad they're not pushing back. Okay. I mean, I'm glad they are pushing back. All right. There you go, invalid axiom. Okay. All right. So yeah, to be clear, guys, obviously Europe has like a neo-colonial empire and still has colonial possessions, etc. But that's not like at the same level. They're innocent, small little babies. Weird ones, love. You know what I'm saying here, right? In comparison to what the United States. Oh, Elaney, that's all that happens in history. Is you have like empires rise, they fall, a new one rises and then falls, a new one rises and then falls. That's what it is. Right now, we're the empire. Okay. So okay. So there we go. No, Lacroix. Let's put it this way, Lacroix. Empires are by their nature controlling and domineering. There's sort of a spectrum. There's sort of a spectrum of, I guess, almost every empire is violent. There are different like ways of building an empire. You could have, there you go, Mithril. You can have, for example, the Persian Empire. What was pretty benevolent, I guess you could say, to the people it conquered. It was pretty open-minded about religion and stuff. I'm oversimplifying here. But never really like it's still very violent and does mass conquest. Empires typically are very violent and pretty brutal. All right. Yeah, you're right, Meowsort. A lot of times empires are built on debt. They are. Okay, the Fire Nation, right? A lot of empires, they exactly like the Spanish Empire, majorly built on debt. The British Empire built on debt. The American Empire built on debt. Because if you have a lot of military powder, the debt doesn't really matter as much because you can shoot anyone. Anyway, okay. Correct. Future of Earth, but that's my point. So Future of Earth, this is an interesting question. Future of Earth says USA not gonna fall because we have the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean protecting us. Correct. We don't need an empire. We're perfectly safe without an empire, right? We're perfectly safe without an empire. I mean that, okay? Perfectly safe without an empire. We do not we are very safe geographically. We don't have who's going to invade us. We have two massive oceans. We don't need this globe spanning imperialist empire to protect ourselves. We just don't. We're fine. Okay, we are fine. All right. Everything's fine. Okay, so we're good. So just saying, this global empire is not about, right, Malzor? The global empire is not about safety. Okay, I want to be clear. Our global empire is not about the safety of Americans. It's about capitalism and expanding wealth. Okay, that's what it's about. It's about finding new markets, exploiting new markets, and expanding wealth. It's an empire built for the wealthy and the powerful business owners. It's not an empire built for us. And guys, think about it. We have nukes. We have tons and tons of nukes, right? Tons of nukes. Ain't no one going to be invading us unless they want to be nuked. And I'm not saying that that's okay. All right. Ugh. So it's craziness. To the north, Mongolian to the north. It's like the Greenland bullshit. We don't need it for security when we already we don't need that crap for security. Yeah. All right. Okay. So just to be clear, we're fine. We're very lucky when it comes to geography. That's one of the reasons why we became so powerful and stuff. We had sort of a geographic advantage in a lot of ways. Europe kind of destroyed itself a lot because of infighting and stuff. But we don't have that because where we're located geographically. It's just the American empire is more about economic domination. Now it does have a lot of military aspect to that, but yes, okay. Let's sell Alaska for our national security. There you go. Okay, weird Morse blob. All right, so Eleni, you said China has never done anything wrong. No, of course they have, Eleni. I've always said that, Eleni. Eleni's not. China isn't perfect. Okay, they're building. They have an imperial sphere. I know. Everyone's gonna get mad at me when I say that, but they do. They're building islands in the South China Sea, which are slowly inching towards the Strait of what the hell? Straits of Malacca. They've literally built entire islands in the middle of the South China Sea to expand their imperial influence. All right. They occupied Tibet as a form of self-protection. That's how they call it. And during the Ming Dynasty, they actually conquered places like Vietnam. And China also is imperial. That's what happens when you have great power, big powers. They attack the people around them, etc. Okay. I mean, we are screwed either way. It's like Titan from Megamind. What do you mean, Eleni? What do you mean? China has not and yet has not been nearly as bad as the United States has. It just hasn't in terms of imperial. The Soviet Union fell, correct? Okay, there's Soviet Union, empires come and go. Okay, and it's typically not anyway. You get the idea here. This is a sign of declining empire, and I'm okay with it. So, Sir Bartholomew, dear God. Okay, guys. So, all right, we get it, right? Let's talk about something here. I don't need to see what else Trump is saying. We have some news items to talk about, right? Remember, guys, even in that document, that national security document I told you about, Future of Earth, that is a slight exaggeration, okay? And I'm not trying to be like, Future of Earth. The Soviet Union fell for there's more important reasons why the Soviet Union fell than just the invasion of Afghanistan. That's sort of a myth that America concocted because we helped we helped the Mujahideen fight the Soviets, so we like taking credit for the fall of the Soviets, but there were a lot of other more important reasons than that. It contributed, but it wasn't the main reason. Okay, guys. So, all right. So, let's talk, shall we? We have some things to discuss. We have some news items to talk about, probably. The news items here. All right. So I just wanted to, speaking of the war against Iran, okay, speaking of the war of imperial aggression against Iran. How dare you, invalid axiom? All right. So, things aren't going well. I don't know if I've made this clear, but things are not going well in our little war crime that we're committing over there against Iran. Now, against the Iranian people, whatever, it's fine. Cute little war crime we're doing over there. And by the way, war crime, before I begin, when I say war crime, guys, let me show you. I'm going to do a little teacher move here. Just a reminder. Look, I'm going to try and draw on here with just my mouse, which means it's going to be bad. Okay. There is shit. That's the wrong color, guys. Wrong color. Just before I talk about this news item, so I can clarify something. Let's use purple because it's like spring. It's kind of like feels like spring. Thank you, invalid axiom. I'll take a drink. So when we talk about the justice of war or war crimes, you have jus in bello, okay, jus in bello, and then you have jus ad bellum, okay, jus ad bello and jus ad bellum. Now, jus in bello, okay, sorry, I know I don't know why I'm saying it that way. Bello means war. So you have justice in war, and the justice of the war. Okay, so you can judge if a war is a war crime or unjust based off these two philosophical ideas. Was it a just war to begin with? Did you have a just reason to start the war, right? So that's jus in bello. Are you just in your reason for going to war? Do we think we've been was there a just reason to go to war? What was someone tell me in chat, why are we going to war against Iran? Is there a just reason to go to war against Iran? By the way, according to international law, a war is only just to go into if it is to protect yourself from aggression or to stop a genocide or something like that. There you go. Okay, right? It's kind of like, huh? Yeah, we were bored. We, whatever. Mithril, you know it, okay? We were bored. We, to save the people of Iran. Okay, what does that mean? They were going to nuke us for, like, what? Okay, I love that, though, invalid axiom. I mean, the us just went to war. Yeah, so clearly we could say that there really wasn't a morally or legally just reason for the war, so we can X out that one, right? The next thing you calculate when calculating whether a war is legal, and this is very oversimplified, there's other things that go into this, is jus ad bellum. Now that you're at war, do you wage it in a just way? So do we think we've been waging this war in a just way? Have we been avoiding civilian targets? Have we been not doing undue harm to civilians? Have we not been crashing the global economy and causing massive amounts of death and destruction? So do we feel that we have done justice in, at war as well? Have we been just in how we've waged the war? What do we think? Do we think we've been just in how we've waged the war? What do we think? There you go, weird amorphous blob, right? Like, I don't know. I don't think that those girls' schools were really just targets, nor do I think the sports stadiums were, or the hospitals, or the oil facilities in Tehran, or the fact that many innocent people have died not only in Iran, but in the Gulf states. Okay. So I would say we don't have jus in bello or jus ad bellum. Do you right? Am I wrong? So okay. So I think we can all generally agree that Yeah, that's another one, Meowsword. Christ's egg is returning to Earth, and he needs a burning hellscape to incubate him. Remember, a lot of evangelicals think that the justice of this war is that we're starting the second coming of Christ. I don't know if that's just. Anyway, so, okay, I think we can all agree that by most definitions, guys, this is not a just war, either in intent or how we're waging it, right? Okay, moving on. So, let's do a little summary about how this shit is going. Okay, let's do that, right? Right. By the way, there is also, real fast, there is one more part of this. It's called Jus Post Bellum, which is justice after the war. So, what happens to the combatants after the war ends? And can I just point out that, remember what Trump said when he was asked, um, well, first of all, what that Trump official said when asked, what do you want to do with Iran after the war? He said, whatever. So that looks like that's going to be a good one too, right? I'm sure this will be the just one, right? Anyway, moving on. Okay, so let's go over here. Invalid axiom. Second coming, so Christ only came once. Damn, you'd think a guy like that could get laid. Dear God. All right. Okay, so let's watch. So, analysis. 2 weeks into war with Iran, Trump has been knocked back on his political heels. Okay, so this is great analysis by the AP. In the 2 weeks since the U.S. and Israel launched launched strikes on Iran, President Donald Trump increasingly has been knocked on his political heels. Okay, he's grown more agitated with news coverage that it has failed to find a way to explain why he started the war, obviously, okay, or how he will end it that resonates with a public concerned by deaths, American deaths in the conflict, surging oil prices, and dropping financial markets. Even some of his supporters are questioning his plan, and his overall poll numbers are declining. Meanwhile, Moscow is getting a boost from the war's early days after Trump eased sanctions on some Russian oil shipments. Okay. That combined with rising oil prices undercut the years-long push to cripple President Vladimir Putin's ability to wage war in Ukraine. Okay, cute. There are Democrats who were left reeling after the 2024 election. With control of Congress at stake in November's midterms, the party has come together to oppose Trump's Iran policy. No, it hasn't. That's a lie. Okay. And point to the economic turmoil as proof that Republicans haven't kept their promises to bring everyday costs down. There's been multiple Democrats, guys, who are siding with the war. I just want to point that out. So that's a little bit of not oversimplification by the AP. Dietrich said that the past 2 weeks show the Trump administration has failed at long-term planning. No shit! Not even short-term planning they failed at. Okay. They're flying by the seat of their pants, and the rest of us are paying the price. Remember what Trump said when asked, how will you know when the war is over? He said, I'll feel it in my bones. Great! That makes me feel super safe and comfortable with these decisions. Great. Okay. All right. Trump let some of his frustrations show on Air Force One as he flew back from a weekend at Mar-a-Lago, lashing out at allies in other countries dependent on Middle Eastern oil for not doing more to counter Iran, and specifically name-checking British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who he said initially declined to put British aircraft carriers into harm's way. By the way, that's a great boost for Keir Starmer, even though Keir Starmer isn't fighting as much as I would have liked him to. Great boost for Keir Starmer. That probably will really help Keir Starmer in the polls if Trump is like, how dare he not help me? Okay. Amazing. Meowsword, you said Malaysia became the first country to declare U.S. trade deals null and void after Supreme Court tariff ruling. Yeah, that's okay. Whether we get support or not, Trump said, I can say this, and I said to them, we will remember. So great, he's threatening our allies now, being like, if you don't help us with our illegal war, okay, we will, we will remember that you didn't do that. Like a mob boss, okay? Trump is a giant global mob boss. Not that we weren't before, but he's just more blunt about it. All right. So now, of course, he's asking for aid in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Trying to see here. So, okay, the war has far-reaching political implications. Iran has divided Trump's Make America Great base. So we're actually seeing a lot of MAGA people starting to be very upset, okay? And I'm not just saying that. It's still not enough of them, but there are quite a few MAGA people out there who are kind of being like, "What are we doing?" And it's not enough, and I'm not even convinced it's that significant of a number, but you are seeing more of that, okay? You are seeing more of that. You're seeing some cracks in the base, though there's still a loyal core that will never, defy the dear leader. So we're starting to see some cracks in the MAGA base. The Democrats are now, according to most polls, more popular than Trump, which is weird because for those of you who know, the Democrats were deeply unpopular until very recently. They were much less popular than the Republicans or Trump. But now they're already getting more popular than Trump, even though they haven't done anything, because Trump is such a moron and such a fascist POS that, okay. So what we're starting to see, you get the idea, guys. Things are going bad all over the place for Trump. We're going to lose the war. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say that in advance. Now, I will say, let me rephrase that. I don't know that we're going to lose the war outright. I do think, though, that it's not going to end well, for my way of thinking here. I was reading some military analysis things that are not right wing. Okay, these are neutral military academic analyses and stuff. Iran has been using less. Let me show you real fast. Okay, so I want to slightly amend some things I said previously because now that there's there's the fog of war, so it's hard to be 100% sure about these things. Let me go back to. Let me just show you something. So it's not going well for Trump politically. The war isn't. That's the main thing I wanted to talk about. But let me go. Where'd Canva go? Want my Canva back? Give me back Canva. Okay. So, another thing here though. So let's go over here. For anyone who's interested in like good academic analyses of war, the Institute for the Study of War is really good. It is, let's put it this way. Some of the people on there are conservative. Now, when I say that, that does not mean they're bad at analyzing war. I want to be clear that a lot of people who study the military are conservative, right? You can imagine why. That doesn't mean they can't be neutral when talking about military matters, but that does mean that just be cautious sometimes. Okay, it is a really good site. Regardless, there's been reports coming out, and I really shouldn't have prefaced this because you're not going to trust them now, but they're really well renowned academically. Okay, they have been talking about how the Iran war is currently in a phase in which the military trajectory is relatively positive. Okay, overall, the United States is steadily destroying Iran's ability to use its most essential tool in war, drones and missile attacks, which in turn underpin the entire Iranian strategy. Now, that sounds like a conservative thing to say. I promise you, just wait. It is true. They do analyses here. Iran has been using, look at this. If you look over time, the number of drones, ballistic cruise missiles and drones Iran has been launching has been declining rapidly. Okay, from a high of over 300 at the beginning to now, March 15th, they only shot off 10. Okay, they're probably running out of these munitions. Does that mean much though? No. And the reason, and they go on to explain, all right. They basically say declaring this an operational failure is premature, but but there is no clarity about whether it doesn't, but it's also way too premature to say that there's been any kind of victory. Because it goes on here to say what are we going to say here? Okay, Iran's military weakness relative to the United States led it to adopt an asymmetric strategy against Washington that seeks to outlast Washington rather to defeat it outright. Yeah. The various lines of effort that comprise this strategy have changed over the years, but during the war, Iran has relied on oil prices, imposing economic costs on the U.S. and Gulf allies. The United States hoping that the United States would make a political decision to end the war without achieving their objectives. Iran's naval and aerial drones, missiles, and fast attack craft are the critical requirements for this approach, however. These assets can cause the most lasting damage to oil markets, the most consistent and high casualties, and thus impose the most severe political um, consequences. So I want to find where they say this. All right. They go on to say, I want to find I'll just tell you what they say so I don't have to find it. They go on to say that this in the end doesn't really matter though, right? This in the end, correct, Mithril. This in the end doesn't really matter because they say in here that there doesn't seem to be a clear objective for the United States. So even if Iran runs out of missiles and drones, how are they going to force Iran to do America's will, right? Like even if Iran no longer is able to bomb places and runs out of missiles and drones, there's no way to enforce America's will on the Iranian people from air strikes alone. So the numbers game is a game that appears to be that Washington and Israel is playing without considering, well, but just because we bomb Iran a bunch and they run out of missiles and drones, that doesn't mean that we're going to be able to make them do what we want, right? And they go on to conclude, unless you do a ground invasion, you're not going to be able to do that. And Iran would likely win a ground invasion. Do you see what I mean? So, okay. So even though the numbers are looking good for the America and Israel in terms of missiles, drones, and things like that, overall militarily, there's no real good off-ramp. And there definitely hasn't been a victory yet. And there's no way to convince Iran to actually do America's will, okay? Now, there's a report out, guys, by the way, that let me find it here. The current leader of Iran is actually in Russia getting treatment. Some reports came out that he lost a leg on a strike on his base. They do weird amorphous blob. They include Iran's ability to launch attacks from proxies in the region, and they're not significant enough. Let's put it that way, to sort of do lasting damage overall. But they also say that's kind of irrelevant. So if you guys want to read this, so I don't have to go through the whole thing, I don't want to bore everyone and make people leave the stream here, but I will copy this article and paste it. Yes, I'm sorry, Weird Amorphous, but they do have those numbers too. So there you go, for anyone's curious, okay? So the leader of Iran apparently lost a leg and was deformed when Iran and the United States hit his bunker with his father in it early in the war. And there's reports that he may be in Russia getting treatment for these things. In which case, how are you going to kill him? He's not in Iran anymore. What are you going to do, bomb Russia? So that basically means they have a government in exile anyway, so they can continue to wage the war without worrying about their top leader being killed, if that's the case. So, okay, you guys get the point here. We've been saying this for the past, 2 weeks or whatever. Obviously, this is stupid, and there's no out, and it's just bad for everyone, okay? No one's going to win this. I mean, Iran might win it, but the United States ain't going to come out of this in a good spot. It's all dumb. It's all very stupid. And overall, strategically, good God, the United States is losing allies. The United States is losing allies. The United States is scaring away allies. The United States is pushing people to China. The United States is causing a lot of hatred amongst Americans towards Trump. His approval ratings are dropping. This is some of the lowest. The numbers for support of the Iran war in the United States are some of the lowest numbers I've ever seen in any war in America for such a short amount of time. The global economy is being affected. Prices are going up everywhere. And if there's one thing you should know about modern war, it's that political scenarios can have a big effect on whether a war is successful or not. So, okay. There you go, guys. Just a little summary about where these things are going. All right. Okay. So there you go. I just wanted to do a little update on the war. Isn't that good, guys? Isn't that good, right? So just be clear, guys. Trump keeps screaming that we're hitting all the sites in Iran. They're firing less missiles at us, which is true. I admit it. It's true. Iran is probably running out of missile and drone stockpiles. But as I said, does that really matter? No. Okay, like in the end, as long as we can't make them do our will or Israel's will, it won't really matter. So don't take that propaganda at face value when you see it. Okay, so by the way, something else happened that made me think that the things are dire. This is an article from NPR. Trump came out and actually said a couple days ago that trying to find here. Trump told NBC News on Saturday that Iran was ready to make a deal, and I don't want to make it because the terms aren't good enough yet. Iran, immediately after Trump said that, so Trump claimed on Saturday that Iran was reaching out for a deal, thus implying that they feel desperate and they want to end the war. Immediately after that, on Sunday, Iran's foreign minister came out and said, no, we never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for a negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes. So, why do we think Trump said that? Do we think he's being honest about it? Do we think Iran did come forward and ask for negotiation? Or do we think Iran is lying and that they didn't do it and that they're telling the truth when they say that never happened? What do we think? I think that Trump is embarrassed and because Iran is giving no signs that they're willing. I think Trump is embarrassed that Iran is giving no signs and isn't reaching out to compromise. All right. And so he wants to at least make it appear as though they're weakened. So he's like, oh yeah, they reached out. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate because he had hoped that at this point they would already have surrendered, and they're not. So he wants it to at least appear as if they're trying to do that. Okay. Even though early in the war, it was Trump that reached out to them. But anyway, they might be communicating on back channels, as tends to happen during war, but come on. You see what I mean, guys? Like, I think that's a sign of weakness. I think he's lashing out, trying to make it appear like they're weaker than they are. Shocking, right? But it's also revealing that he's kind of, it's the same kind of they want to negotiate. Correct, Meowzord. It's very much a temper tantrum on his part. Like, well, they reached out, and we said no. We said no, okay, because we're not ready to negotiate. We have all the cards. You see what I mean? Because he's also saying that they reached out and that we said no. That makes zero sense. Why wouldn't we want to negotiate when we've, okay. You see what I mean? So, okay. Just a note there, clearly having a temper tantrum, Trump, is that he's not achieving his goals. And he's starting to get desperate about it. Okay. They rejected private drops. Is that true? Really weird? See, I didn't know that Weirdomorphous Blob. If you don't have to do this if you don't want to, could you post that article on Twitch? You don't have to. I could take a look at it. Drop site reported an hour ago that they even rejected private behind. Who did, Weirdomorphous Blob? The United States or Israel? I'm guessing you mean Iran. I'm sorry, the United States or Iran. Crail of Zonth, you say, did you hear about Trump wanting to rip out the columns at the? So that they rejected them. Okay. Did you hear about Trump wanting to rip out the columns at the front of the White House just to replace them with ones he likes better? No, but I'm not surprised at all, Crail of Zonth, because he's like King Louis the 16th of France before the French Revolution with Versailles. All right. Okay. Jesus. Yeah. All right. Mithril, there is partial truth to that. Mithril says the connection is all the countries Trump has threatened so far have extensive mineral wealth. I would edit that slightly, Mithril. You're all right. Okay. I would also say that they're countries that have been defiant of American empire. So you could say both. They have been wealthy because, like, Greenland is very wealthy, et cetera, too. So, but yeah, I agree with you, Mouse. I think it's a combo of things. Um, yeah, yes. Greenland has been super defiant. Yeah, right. So they've been sort of defiant of American power, and yeah, but I think they go hand in hand, though, Mithra, to be honest, now that I think about it. All right. Uh, and good for them. Thank you, Weirdomorphous Blob. Thank you. Okay. So apparently, Weirdomorphous Blob just sent this to us. Iranian officials say they have been ignoring okay, this is hilarious. Oh my God, this is hilarious. They have been ignoring Witkoff's private request to talk. Oh, so yeah, the United States has been reaching out to Iran, trying to get them to talk, and Iran has been ignoring them. So Trump is throwing a temper tantrum. Yay! 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 Okay, so that's hilarious. Ignoring is better than saying no, in my opinion. Me too, Meowser. They should ignore. They should ignore. They should just ignore. Because it's going to cause Trump to have a panic attack, and it'll be funny. So, okay, there we go. Thank you, Weirdomorphous Blob. So that verifies what we were just saying. Okay, yeah, Iran, who a new phone, who dis? Exactly. Oh my God, I love it. It's hilarious, guys. It's so funny. God, everything's going to shit. Oh, it's so fun. Trump left on red. I love that. Okay. So, all right. That's great. Iran, not stupid. Okay. Not stupid, obviously. They know what they're doing. So, okay. Let's see here. So let's talk about a few other things. Trump, by the way, was threatening NATO. I don't want to go into this really right now. I just am not in the mood. Trump was threatening NATO allies over the Strait of Hormuz, okay, saying that if NATO doesn't send aid to the United States, okay, da, 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 he literally said if like NATO don't send aid to the United States, it would be very bad for the future of NATO, which is a very mob boss thing of way of talking, right? Implying that the United States is going to leave NATO. Okay, sure. Go ahead, push them into the arms of China. More power to you, Mr. Trump. Right? Help bring about the fall of the American empire. You're already pulling on that string with what you did in Greenland, okay, and shit like that. You're already pulling on all those strings. Okay. And he said the U.S. would remember if NATO counterparts didn't help. Okay, we don't need to go into that. He's just doing mob boss tactics, okay, which is really funny to me. Let's go on to this next story here. Meanwhile, one more story from the American Empire. We're starting to see yeah, badass, Mithril, badass. I'm glad to hear that. Mithril says, Iran war, not a matter for NATO. Germany's Mertz says, as Starmer says, UK won't be drawn into wider conflict. Thank God, Mithril. Thank the Buddha. Thank science. Thank, I don't know, whatever other gods there are out there. I don't give a shit. Thor, I don't know. That's great. I'm glad that they're pushing back against Trump's demands. They refuse to be the friends of Rome, as we talked about yesterday. Oh my God, I love it, guys. Trump is being left out to dry. This is beautiful. Oh my God, amen. Amen. I'm going to become Christian now. Okay. So meanwhile, in Cuba, another one of the victims of American empire, which we've been embargoing Cuba and preventing them from receiving. Kral, don't worry, Kral. I'm an atheist. Okay. I've been embargoing. We've been embargoing Cuba in an attempt to get rid of their government, and unfortunately, we might be causing issues there. We already were. Our embargo of Cuba is causing people to die because they can no longer access healthcare. We are committing crimes every day in Cuba by doing this, and no one's talking about it because of the war in Iran. And unfortunately, the people of Cuba are starting to get fed up, and they're taking it out on the government of Cuba. Okay. A protest in the city of Moron in central Cuba culminated in fiery vandalism at the local Communist Party headquarters. There's a lot of pushback going on in Cuba from the populace. They're getting fed up with the oil embargo, and because if you think about it, guys, if you're a Cuban and you're suffering because of an oil embargo, you don't really have anyone to take it out on. I know. You don't really have anyone to take it out on except for the government. So they're taking it out on the government. And unfortunately, that's kind of Trump's plan. Part of the plan here is to cause civil unrest in Cuba by strangling them and making the populace very upset because we want to overthrow the Cuban government. Okay. We want to do regime change in Cuba. Now, this is the New York Times. I want to be clear. I don't want to I don't fully know what's happening on the ground in Cuba. I've just, whenever you hear a mainstream news source talking about Cuba, as a historian, I don't fully trust what's being said. I do believe that there are protests going on. I don't know how significant they are. I don't know how significant these protests are and stuff, but there does appear there are images of of a Communist Party headquarters burning. Even the Cuban government came out and said they had arrested a ton of protesters. So our our imperial actions against Cuba are killing people and causing conflict in Cuba. Similar to what we saw happen in Iran. Remember, we had been blocking Iran from we had been what's the term? Not embargoing Iran. We put sanctions on Iran and stuff, and it caused people to start protesting against the Iranian government. Um, so yeah, we can't forget about what our government is doing in Cuba right now and how they're a likely next target if in fact the war in Iran ever ends. Okay. So right near us, we're causing chaos and death and destruction just by cutting off fuel to this very small island country. Okay. Yeah, weird amorphous blob. It's sad. Okay. So just something to think about, guys. That's also happening as we speak. The American Empire really causing all kinds of problems everywhere right now. Okay. So let's go back. Let's go to the next thing here. The last story we're going to cover before we talk about Cahokia is this one. Let's do a little domestic news, shall we? This is the piece of domestic news I wanted to talk about. So the FCC, in America, there's an organization called the FCC. They are responsible for regulating broadcasters and issuing licenses to broadcasters to broadcast the TV and shit on America's, TV networks, whatever it is. All right. And Brendan Carr was the Trump appointee who's in charge of this. If anyone wants to get a good sense of who Brendan Carr is, watch the South Park episode about him. Anyway, he is a monster. He's very much a very soft on Fox. He is very much like a Goebbels type figure. I don't even want to say Goebbels. He's like, someone give me a good Nazi comparison here. What was the name of the guy who was in charge of the Nazi newspaper, Der Stürmer? What was his name? Oh, why can't I remember his name? Der Stürmer. He was an absolute scumbag. Der Stürmer. Oh, what was his name? Julius Streicher. Okay, he's kind of like a Julius Streicher type character. Anyway, enough for the historical comparisons. So they already have been doing some very authoritarian tactics to try and control speech in the United States. Okay, to control speech in the United States, etc. So Fox Emblem, I get that. And there is a fog of war Fox Emblem. Fox Emblem says for the person that was asking about the drone cost for Iran, they have about 100K in stockpile underground, and they have only used maybe 15K. So we don't know, and that could be possible, Fox Emblem, but we don't know if those even exist anymore because of friction, right? We've also been bombing the hell out of Iran. We could have destroyed a lot of those stockpiles. It's unclear. It is possible that Iran is holding off on using a lot of their drones, but it's sort of a fog of war thing. But right now, the rate of usage has dropped off drastically. So I am not sure. It is possible that they just haven't used them yet. Okay. Yes. So this is the guy who tried to cancel Colbert. Correct, Louise. This is the guy who tried to cancel Colbert. He's a monster. Right. So now Trump's FCC chair is threatening to remove certain broadcasters' licenses. Certain broadcasters' licenses. Let's see here. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, threatened on Saturday to revoke broadcasters' licenses over their coverage of the war in Iran. Okay. Right? No. It's okay. Fox, I'm glad you brought it up because that actually is a fair point to make. It could be that they're hiding their capabilities, right? But you're right. There's also the mosaic structure. Okay. The chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. All right. So he's basically saying that he might revoke broadcasters' licenses for their coverage of the war in Iran. Well, what does that mean? Okay. He's very much pulling a Hungary right now. What's the name of the guy in Hungary? I'm having a mind blank. Jesus Christ. What's his name? I can see his face. He looks like a toad. The guy from Hungary. What's his name? The leader of Hungary. God damn it. What's his name? Shit. Whatever. You guys know who it is. Okay. You know who I'm talking about. Okay. Moving on. Orban. Thank you. Orban. Jesus Christ. Orban. Sorry. I just kept imagining a giant toad in my head. And I'm like, no. He's not literally a toad. He just looks like a toad. Okay. So Orban is kind of like an Orban-esque move. So as the war entered its third week, Mr. Carr accused broadcasters of running hoaxes and news distortions in a social media post, and that they better correct course before their license renewals comes up. And he's saying broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their licenses if they do not. Okay, so basically, he's claiming that that news sources are misreporting on the war in Iran because they're reporting negatively about certain things about Iran, and so you ought to be careful because you're going to lose your licenses if you keep reporting fake, negative information about the war in Iran. Now, he claims that there were some news interests. Now, admittedly, there were like a few reports by some news agencies where they said there are reports coming out that some ships were hit, and apparently those ships weren't hit. They very much clarified that these were the reports and they weren't sure. It doesn't matter, guys. This is just intimidation, right? We all see that, right? This is just you fall in line. There you go, Cody. 100% public interest, aka MAGA, and say that the war is 100% justified. Correct. It's 100% just threatening these organizations unless they tote the party line. Okay, it's very much an Orban move. Get all the media under your control, threaten it if it doesn't fall under your control. So it basically, because you can't directly suppress their speech legally, threaten their licensing. Okay, so again, and knowing Americans' major media sources, they're gonna fall in line. I would bet a lot of them are going to try to be a lot more careful about how they report on Iran now because it's all about profit for them. So a lot of them probably are going to be extra careful now. And by extra careful, I mean they're going to not report as many things that are a negative. Okay. I would bet. I can't be certain of that. But that's just part of the dystopia we're living in. So you should rely on independent news sources at this point. You see what I mean? Yeah, there you go, Gwen. That's fair, Gwen. And we could, you could make that argument to a judge. Absolutely. I think threatening licenses is threatening free speech. I agree. Okay. But, you know, they're going to make the legal argument that it's not. But yes. So there you go, guys. Don't we love that? Don't we love that? Yay. I'm so happy. Great. Okay. I'm done with this shit. We all got that. There's some news. I rely on 4chan. Okay, Crawl. Okay. All right, Crawl. Shame on you, Crawl. Shame on you. You know what I mean. I mean good independent sources, okay? Like, you better rely on DropSite and The Intercept. And you can, as you know, like I do, go to the AP, go to CNN, see what they're saying, but with a critical eye, and then also look at what independent sources are saying, okay? All right. Whatever. Screw all of you. I hate you, Crawl. Okay, just kidding. How dare you, Sir Bartholomew? All right. Do not rely, by the way, on Twitch. I mean, not on Twitch. Whoops. Don't you dare leave me because I said that. Okay. Don't you leave me. Don't rely on Twitter, I should say. Okay. Please don't rely on Twitter. Okay. How dare you, Weird Immortals Blob? Okay. Please don't rely on Twitter, guys. I know. Ken Klippenstein's really good. There's so many people. Yeah. There's so many people out there who just blindly listen to Twitter. People I know and love dearly who do this, and when they tell me things that I know are false information that they've gotten off of Twitter, I don't know how to tell them that without like embarrassing them. I don't know how to phrase this. Has anyone ever experienced that? Like, there was a video a few days ago Okay, you guys hear about that video of Netanyahu or whatever? You know that video of Netanyahu, and guys, I know some people in here thought it was real or whatever. Please, everyone falls for these things. I want to be clear. Literally, everyone falls for these things. I have fallen for AI videos. Okay, I have. They are not AI videos. I don't think that they are definitely not AI videos. The Netanyahu videos. There's a lot of misinformation on Twitter about it. Uh, they're not. I don't know what else to say here. Now, I could be wrong about that. I'm just saying, from the evidence I've seen, I have not seen any evidence that there are AI videos out there. I have seen the so-called AI videos of Netanyahu. They don't look like AI to me. And the idea of the hand, it looks like a shadow. It doesn't look like a sixth finger to me. Regardless, uh, don't think maybe he's gone. I don't think he is. He did release now 2 different videos showing himself to try and prove that he's still alive. And everyone is saying that those are AI. But like, then what then what will show then how will you ever know? Okay. So the correct answer is to say we don't know and not to say that he's dead. Okay. You see what I mean? It doesn't mean okay, we don't know. And that's not really it doesn't really matter. I got to tell you, it doesn't really matter if he's dead or not. It just doesn't. And by the way, within Israel, they have a democratic form of government. Am I saying it's actually a democracy? No. But you can imagine if the opposition party were to find out about this, they would be telling everyone that he was dead so that they can get a new prime minister in there and do elections or whatever they need to do over there. Okay. So I'm just saying it's very unlikely that Netanyahu is dead. And it doesn't make sense that they would hide it because there are political opponents who want him gone. Anyway, just be cautious is all I'm saying. All right. Just be cautious. By the way, one other thing here. There have been some evidence that a lot of these ideas about Netanyahu, this being an AI video of Netanyahu, has come from Russia. Literally. There's been some people, I need to find the article, who have traced a lot of these videos to Russian accounts. Maybe Russia, in an effort to help Iran, is trying to maybe spread misinformation to cause confusion, etc. Okay. Maybe, Kroll, that's possible. But just something to think about. And it doesn't matter, right? I got to tell you, do you guys remember I showed you that video? You know what? Let me give you just to show you that I'm being honest about how I can fall for this too. Do you guys remember when I showed you that video of those Chinese drones that looked like human beings fighting? Do you guys remember that? Okay. You see what I mean? You guys see what I mean? Do you remember that video I did, guys, where we talked about there was that Chinese video that showed all these quote unquote AI soldiers fighting? Do you guys, anyone remember that? That ended up being AI. And I showed it to all of you and I'm like, oh my God, look at this. What is this? It was AI. I didn't know it was AI. So anyone can make this mistake. Okay. And everyone can make this mistake. It is really hard sometimes to tell the difference. And that's one of the big problems with AI. Okay. There you go, Mithril. This is one of the big problems with AI. Okay. So don't feel bad if you are wrong. And the problem is AI, not you. It is so good, it's hard to tell the difference. Okay. All right. Anyway, moving on. So, so let's talk, guys. We're gonna now, guys. Let's do a little bit of a little bit of an educational bit here. Now, guys, I know everyone's gonna start leaving the stream. I promise you, we'll get back to some like political stuff after this. We'll get back to some political stuff after this. I know, Sir Bartholomew. I'll be brief about this. You guys know I like to take, okay, I like to take a moment to do some educational shit. Okay, don't you dare leave, Shiv. Don't you dare leave, Shiv. You stay here. Okay, I do this because it is one thing, guys, to just read the news all the time. But just having the news does not give you context you need for understanding humanity or the news. One of the best ways to fight misinformation and stuff in the news is to have, I know, Shiv, okay, is to have a context that helps you understand what you're reading and makes you sort of able to understand how humans behave and shit like that. That is one of the best ways to pick out misinformation. All right. And so, as always, let's do a little presentation here. Mayflower Kid is here, okay? But first, guys, so what we're going to do, we're going to talk about the mystery of Cahokia. And we won't talk for long about this, all right? Yeah, okay. You guys, I think you're going to like this, guys. I think you're going to like this, all right? This information, disinformation, tomato. There you go. Invalid axiom. Okay. So, guys, who here? I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna ask a poll question here, and then I'm gonna use the restroom because I need to pee before I start this. I'm feeling it in my guts. But while I'm still here, how do I do this? There we go. So I'm asking a poll here in Twitch, and then I'll also do the same thing over on YouTube. Have you heard of the ancient city? The ancient city of Cahokia. Okay, and then you can tell me yes or no. Yes. No. Okay. And I'm just curious, as a former teacher, I like knowing if people have heard of this shit. So I'll ask it there. So now it's over there on Twitch. Let me ask it now on YouTube. Have you heard of the ancient city of Cahokia? Okay. Yes or no? Start poll, guys. And on that note, I'll be right back. Excuse me. I have to pee. Don't you leave. Don't you leave. You're about to get edumacated. Okay? You're about to get edumacated. I'll be right back. Okay, yay, let's talk about it, guys. How is everyone doing out there? Everyone good? I brought some crackers, as always, to eat while we talk about Cahokia. How dare you, Mithra? We're not doing Ancient Aliens, okay? All right. So, okay, let's talk a little bit, guys. So, it looks like here most people have not heard of Cahokia. Yeah, okay. I'm very interested about this, okay? Because it is not talked about, even though it's like a really, it was a bigger city than London at the time. Anyway, so there's some interesting questions about why Cahokia doesn't get talked about, but okay, you know what? I'm going to shut up. I'm just rambling aimlessly at this point. Let me take a drink. Okay, so let me show you something here. Okay, let me go here. Oh, thank you. Who did that? Cahokia. I barely know you. Thank you, Paul Squall. Welcome, Paul Squall. By the way, guys, feel free to contribute. You can become if you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month, or as little as $1 over on YouTube. If you do, you'll get access to a jester hat next to your name and members only emojis over on the in the YouTube chat. If you are on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime and send me some of Jeff Bezos' money. I would deeply appreciate. You can also send me. Oh, goddamn. I just got out of the thing I needed. You can send me bits over on Twitch, which would be very nice. If you don't mind, that'd be lovely. Or if you're over on YouTube, you can send me a super chat. And doing either of those things is the best way to ensure I will read your message out loud. But I'll try to read as many as I can, but I can't always read all of them when people are talking a lot. So, okay. All right. So there's that. What else? What else is there? Okay. Do it, Weird Amorphous Blob. Go do some gay activities. I support you, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Okay. Well. Then never mind, Weird Amorphous Blob. I'm just kidding. Okay. So, let's talk about the mystery of Cahokia, shall we? Now, why the hell am I talking to all of you about an ancient city in North America? Why? Why am I doing that? Well, that's fair, Weird Amorphous Blob. Well, to be clear, I am obsessed with wealth inequality, okay, and why we have created civilizations where there's hierarchy and wealth inequality, right? I have talked before about this, about how for most of human history, how dare you invalidate them? For most of human history, human beings, North America, correct, Gwen, most of humanity, I should say not North America, north of Mexico, I would say, that the largest city north of Mexico. Okay. Human beings lived in hunter-gatherer groups. Okay. So for most of human history, we lived in small bands of hunter-gatherers who didn't have much hierarchy. People lived, they were egalitarian. As far as we know, there wasn't much gender differentiation. You kind of moved around, gathered materials from the environment, ate them, moved to another environment, gathered things from the environment, ate them, and moved on. There wasn't really an obsession with property either, because you had no need for property. You're going to be moving a lot. There's nothing really to carry. I mean, you can't be carrying like a couch with you. So people were not nearly as, what's the phrase? Materialistic. People lived in much smaller groups, and they were egalitarian. There were no governments. There were no really decision makers. It was sort of people worked together, and there weren't really any hierarchies, and there wasn't much gender differentiation. That was most of human history, to be clear. Isn't that interesting? Like, for most of our existence, that's how we lived. And a lot of the ways that human beings evolved are because of us living that way. For example, does anyone here ever have sort of a strong desire to travel? Like, you just want to get out of where you are and you just want to go see somewhere new, right? Anyone feel that? Anyone know that? There's a German word for that called Wanderlust. There are other cultures around the world who have words for that feeling of wanting to travel. Yeah. How might that have been beneficial as a hunter-gatherer to have this desire to travel? I can tell you, okay, I can tell you that it goes back to when we were hunter-gatherers, okay? It is a good thing to have that drive because you want to be able to go and find new food, find new sources of resources and shit like that, Okay, so that is an evolved trait, that sort of desire to travel. I'm not joking. All right, it is sort of an evolved trait. Okay, you also, yeah, your food is always is walking away. These are important traits to have. Like you, okay. There's also sort of there's lots of things that human beings evolved to do. We sort of that go back to hunting and gathering. The obsession with bright colored foods. Okay, when you go to a supermarket, you will notice that all like cereal boxes and sweet flavored things, as well, especially cereal boxes, have a lot of bright colors on them, primary colors. All right. And that those are very catching to our eyes, and we tend to uh, move towards them, or we kind of have a desire for that. Okay, and it's not in everyone, Shiv, but it's sort of a lot of general. Okay, yes, because when you were a hunter gatherer, sugar was not as easy to there wasn't as much sugar in the world for you to access, but it was very high in calories. So the places you could find sugar would be bright colored fruits, which would stick out to the eye, and fruits actually evolved to stick out that way, right? That's also part of the reason why we like. That's one of the reasons. Probably is one of the reasons why we like flowers. Just looking at them and shit. You get my point, okay? It's also one of the reasons why there's so much obesity these days, because now we have access to sugar everywhere, especially in America. So it's not nearly as scarce, so we have too much access to it, and we always want it. You guys got my idea? You guys got the idea? Okay, I could talk about all sorts of things that kind of came from this time, and obviously this is all theoretical. We can't really prove any of this, but you can kind of make assumptions. Okay, so how the hell did it come to be then that we stopped these like hippie communities of like hunter-gatherers and started living in civilizations where you have social hierarchies, where you have leaders, where you have diseases spreading all the time? You actually, in the archaeological record, when civilizations come about, you see that people's health declines. Hunter-gatherers typically are healthier, right? They're typically healthier because they're eating all sorts of shit. But farmers who are in civilizations typically eat crops which are more sugary, and it rots your teeth more, and you don't get as many nutrients, and you aren't nearly as free because you're living under a hierarchy now. And you start to see the development of things like laws and shit like that. You see what I mean? Okay. So with civilization came hierarchies, and you also start seeing organized religion. So a question that archaeologists have asked for a long time is where do hierarchies come from? How did in civilization, how do elites in hierarchy, so like the leaders of a hierarchy, how do they convince people to listen to their orders and be obedient to them when they're hunter-gatherers? You see what I mean? All right. And I'm asking this question because it's very relevant to our modern society. We still live in a civilizational society. All right. We have hierarchies. We have organized religions. Okay. We have all these things. And how is it that we are sort of kept in line by a hierarchy, right? How are we kept in this civilizational mode of doing things? You see what I mean? And we have tons of wealth inequality, and we have a group of elites who control everything, okay? Just like they did at the beginning. It is sort of inherent to civilization to some extent. All right, so let's talk about Cahokia, and this brings me to Cahokia. So, for those who have never heard of Cahokia, here is a modern day image. Well, here is a let me see. No, here's a reproduced image of it. Cahokia was a city of was a city in North America, in Illinois, in southern Illinois, that was massive. At its height, it is thought to have had around 20,000 people living in it, which was more than people in London at the time. It was larger than London at the time. It was one of the largest cities in the world. And it had massive earthen ceremonial structures like these big temples. It had a massive sport complex in the center of it, over 20,000 people living there. That is unrelated, Gwen, but that was also in North America. and it was a huge goddamn thriving city. And most people don't know about it. Here is a modern day image. You can still go visit the giant temple mound called Monk Mound that was in the middle of Cahokia. All right. This thing is huge. This mound is absolutely massive. Okay. Look how small, like you could fit all sorts of shit on top of this mound. It is a massive mound. I think it's like 4 square miles or something like that. I might be exaggerating. I can't remember the size of it. It is a huge mound that they built here in the middle of the city, and you can go visit it today. It's in southern Illinois, and there were 20,000 people living there. Here you have another reproduction of what it looked like. You have the Temple Mound at the center. This was what it looked like later. You had suburbs. You had sort of these suburban cities. I had sort of these suburban cities or towns that grew up around it. And it was based on this floodplain where there would oftentimes be floods, and they had massive agriculture. They had these, you see over here, it's kind of hard to see. There's a circle of sticks called a wood henge, and they really knew astronomy. They placed the wood henge in a way where they could calculate the time of year. They could determine where the moon was going to be and then what time of the year it was. Right, Paul Squaw? Exactly, Paul Squaw. Okay. But they didn't have a written language. Okay. So we don't have any records of this. We don't know a lot about it. The only thing we have left is oral histories and archaeology. We know it existed. We know that there were over 20,000 people living there. We have tons of archaeological remains, and we don't know much about it, even though it was the largest city north of Mexico and one of the biggest in the world. Okay. And just to show you here, it was part of a culture in North America called the Mississippian culture. It was low. If you can see my map here, my mouse is circling where it is. It would be up here in southern Illinois. Okay, part of the Mississippian culture, right there. Okay, based on a river. All right. Wizards Bread's books, the correct way to phrase this would be, we don't have any evidence of it. So we don't have any evidence of a written language. It's possible they had it, but then they wrote it on something that's biodegradable, so we just don't have any. Whatever the case, we don't have any written records, okay, of how they did of this stuff, okay? All right. So, again, isn't that amazing? And we never really talk about this, that there was this massive city. It existed, by the way, between 1050 CE, which is AD, okay, and 1350 AD. It didn't last terribly long. It lasted about 300 years, which is not that long for a city of that size, okay? Okay, and it was massively... Anyway, so why am I talking about this, right? The question that archaeologists have about this, that is why it's a mystery, is we don't know why people came together to form this city, why they ended up forming a hierarchy, and then we don't know why it ended up collapsing. But there are some really interesting theories that I think are relevant to us today. Okay, so let's talk. One of the interesting archaeological finds at Cahokia, right? Well, let me go over here first. So, okay, so around 900 AD, local woodland Indians kind of started gathering around the shore of this river, and or natives, right? You can call. I will often say Indians, guys, just so I don't have to say Native Americans. Okay. Regardless, the gathering along the shores of this river and sort of forming these villages. And by 1000 AD, I just have to remind myself, corn got introduced. Okay. Or at the time it would have been called maize, which is corn, an early form of corn. And the bringing maize into the region allowed them to start settling down and farming. And they started farming massive fields of corn, and they could sustain a very, very large population. At that time, though, around 900 AD, it was still, the archaeology appears to show a bunch of independent little villages. There was no set hierarchy. There wasn't like any leader taking control of all these groups and directing them. Okay, these were independent little villages that were kind of in a coalition together and that were growing maize and corn. All right. But something really weird happened that we're still not sure what happened. Around 1000 AD, the archaeology suddenly changes. Okay. There is suddenly a massive explosion of population in the area. And there is one archaeological site that really weirds us out. Another thing that we start to see around 1000 AD, you start to see some houses being a lot bigger than other houses. So beforehand, like these residences were all pretty much equal in size. Suddenly at 1000 AD, they started building certain houses a lot bigger and more central than other houses. You start to see a wealth inequality appearing in the record. You start to see some signs that there were organized religious practices happening, oftentimes associated with these bigger houses. So you start to see some inequality forming. And one site in particular is weird. It's called Mound 72, and I'm going to show this to you. So here's what it looks like archaeologically. All right. It's pretty dark. I got to tell you. It's pretty dark. It's one of the few mounds at Cahokia that has been excavated. A lot of them haven't been excavated to protect them because we don't want to offend living natives because there's buried people in them. But here's one of the ones that was excavated. And there are a bunch of dead people in this mound. And it's kind of weird. All right. So here we have a map of the site, Mound 72. All of these are, you can see these are all different burial pits all around Mound 72. There are a few pits that are particularly interesting, and I'm going to explain them to you. And I don't want to say give you a content warning, but I am going to give you a little bit of a content warning here. The first part of the mound that's important is, well, let me go down here. I wrote a record here to remind myself. There are 3 burials in particular that are interesting. The first one is 53 young women that are kind of thrown into this pit together. All right. We know they're women, and you can look at the bones and stuff. And the oldest of them was 30, but the rest of them were like between 15 and 20. And then there's one woman who's like at 30 years old. They're buried in these neat rows. And dental and bone analysis shows that they probably weren't even from Cahokia. They were from elsewhere. And they had worse health, and it appears that they were strangled to death. All right. So in this one, and I'm not going to tell you the theories here. I'm going to ask you guys to guess. We have some ideas, but it appears as though these 53 women were strangled to death, but then lined up nicely in this grave. And there's only one woman that's older, and she's kind of appears to be at a position of authority. Okay, so Gwen, correct. From what we can tell, it appears as though it was some kind of ritualistic sacrifice. All right. Then there's another burial. By the way, here's an image of that burial of those women. They're lined up in this row, and here they are. Here are their corpses. Here's the bones that is left of them, and there are 53 of these young women. Okay. Then you have 4 men who are holding hands with their heads missing. All right. Their hands are missing. So they had no skulls and no hands. And they were holding hands. Here is an image of it. Okay. You can see here, they're holding hands. Their arms are intertwined. They're holding hands. They're missing their heads, and they don't have hands. There, okay? There are theories about this, but all right. Then the most disturbing one, in my opinion, okay? One of these pits from around this time period has men, women, and children. And there are about 39 of these people in this pit. And they appear to have met a very grisly end, okay? Their remains show evidence of being brutally beaten, decapitated, and some of them are shot with arrows. And a large number of them appear to have been buried alive. All right? Like literally, their finger bones appear to have been digging in the sand. So they were still alive when they were buried, a lot of them. They may have been injured by arrows and then thrown into a pit, and then killed that way by being buried alive. And it's thought to have happened around 1150 BC or AD. All right. And yeah, so about 39 people who have been buried alive. Now, this is all kind of creepy and disturbing. Why are there all these people that appear to have been brutally executed and thrown into these pits? Here's where it gets weird, right? Here's where it gets weird, if that wasn't weird enough. Above these pits are these are other burials, okay? Are other burials that appear to have been put on up intentionally on top of these sacrifice pits, okay? And here's one of them. You have a man and a woman. The man has been thrown on top of the woman, and together they are surrounded by a beautiful assortment of beads. And they've been placed on a nice wooden platform made of not mahogany, what is that? I forget the name of the wood. It's some kind of rare wood that's kind of luxurious. They've been placed on top of a wood platform, and they have a bunch of beautiful beads buried with them and a bunch of like pottery buried with them. And it's a man and a woman buried together, and surrounding them are a few other male-female burials with other goods in them. And they're on top of the sacrifices. Yeah, Gwen, it appears as though these were some elites. And it appears that all these folks were buried at the same time. So you literally have a bunch of people who were thrown into these giant pits, and then above them were buried elites, okay? In a weird sort of almost display of dominance or something, that they were on top of these people. Okay? And this is really weird because there is we have zero evidence of this happening anywhere else at the time in North America, where you have these massive burials of sacrifices, except for like far, far south, in like way far south, okay? This is very rare in North America to have these kinds of sacrifices. And it gets weirder, folks, okay? So you start seeing hierarchy, and then you suddenly have these mass executions of people, and then you have nobles buried on top of them, all right? Okay, so that's kind of the mystery of Pit 72. And it gets weirder, so I'll explain. All right. Going on here. Right after these burials happened, we see the golden age of Cahokia, where suddenly you no longer have any lack of wealth inequality, okay? You have very severe political stratification. You have elites and poor people. There's evidence of slavery. You start to see the building of massive monumental architecture. Like, this is when the big mound was built. We see lots of evidence that the elites were living on top of this mound. Like the priestly class, the elites were living on the top of this mound, and everyone else was forced to live not on top of the mound, okay? And this is where you suddenly have around 20,000 people living there, all right? Okay? Okay. So after these sacrifices, you start to see a massive explosion of the civilization in terms of growth, size, and stratification that wasn't there before the period where they were doing sacrifices. And then by 1200, all right, I promise I'm getting somewhere here. By 1200, the civilization, suddenly you start seeing this. Suddenly they start building walls around the central mound and where the elites live. You suddenly start seeing the elites building walls around the central mound, and you start seeing a lot of evidence of the elites eating much better than the people outside of the walls. All right. So around 1200, the elites start building walls around the central complex where they live, And in the archaeological record, it appears that the elites were getting the best food. They were the ones eating the best parts of the deer, while the people outside of those walls were being thrown scraps, basically. They were only allowed to eat the worst parts of the animals. They were given the worst parts of the crops to eat. Okay. And you also have these walls being erected. Then, weirdly enough, there's evidence that the walls were destroyed a few times and they kept being rebuilt. There's also evidence that you start to see the decline of the civilization. People start leaving, and there's evidence of violence breaking out. Okay? People start leaving, the population starts declining. You start seeing the walls, literally, there's evidence that the walls in some of the elite structures were burned and rebuilt a few times. And by 1200, by 1300, everyone has left Cahokia and it's no longer a city. All right. Let me go back to this. So here's my question to all of you. Does anyone have an idea what might have happened in Cahokia? So we have a scenario where everyone was sort of living without hierarchy. Okay, yeah. Everyone was living without hierarchy. Everything seemed to be going well. We suddenly see evidence of very violent hierarchy where elites were sacrificing people to themselves and then burying themselves above them. Okay, followed by extreme wealth inequality, which led the elites to protect themselves from the poor by building walls. And it appears, what does it appear happened? All right, what does it appear happened? Remember, the walls that the elites built were like burnt down several times, and their houses were burnt down several times. Let me show. Okay, I'm going to quickly go in here. Here's a map. Meowzord. Okay, there is evidence, guys. This is one theory that. Yeah. Okay, there is one theory here that this was political chaos due to the oppression. Look at this map. I showed you here how like they started building this wall around the central plaza, and there was this big center at the center, and this wall protected the wealthy and shit from everyone on the outside of the wall, we think. And it looks like there were uprisings of people getting after the wealthy, and coming at them, and eventually people had enough. And they started to abandoning the city and abandoning these elites and saying, you know what? No, we're not going to live here anymore. We have no reason to stay here. We don't have to be in this hierarchy. Okay. We don't have to do this. We don't have to live with you sacrificing us and things like that. We're leaving. And there is evidence at the time. Okay. There is evidence that there were other cities in North America at the time that were smaller. Those populations increased. So it looks like a lot of people started leaving Cahokia and just going to live in different cities where you didn't see this much hierarchy and didn't see these human sacrifices going on. All right. Another thing that could have happened here is flooding. All right. Now, this is a bit of a darker, this is not a dark, this one we don't have much evidence for. There is definitely evidence that started to be more flooding in Cahokia, but that flooding that started happening in Cahokia happened around the time that they built that massive structure at the middle of the city. Okay. Now, so why would, and that's where the elites lived. Why do you think, and yeah, why do you think though the elites wanted to live on top of this giant mound when flooding started? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, right? This giant mound would allow you to escape the flooding, okay? So all the elites would kind of like, what do you mean I sound like Graham Hancock? This is literal archaeology. This is what the theories are. Yeah, protection. It might be that a lot of the elites and shit would, because when there started to be more flooding, they built this mound, but only so many people could be on the mound when the flooding started. So the elites built this wall to try and keep people out to prevent people rushing the mound. Okay, that's one theory. And so, yeah, it could be that the civilization fell because of increased flooding. And but there weren't enough space on the mound to protect everyone. So people are like, okay, we're done with this. We're just gonna leave and go where there's not flooding. But okay. There are multiple theories about this, okay? For those that are like, this wasn't that, this wasn't this. This is literally the real archaeological theories that are out there. The main theories that are there, okay, is political unrest. Um, okay. Um, See here, he implies a lot of mound pyramid-based structures were built as protection against flooding, which was seen a lot after the glacial melt. Yes, but that was a lot earlier than this, Meowzor. That was a lot earlier than this, and we know for a fact that there was increased flooding at this time. There's archaeological studies on it. I even pulled up one of those articles before I got on here to read it. Because it was literally right in a flood basin. So it has nothing to do with the ice ages. They built this in a flood basin, okay? But this is not Graham Hancock stuff at all, okay? Clearly not at all. This is actual real archaeology. But the three main theories here are flooding, that the location of Cahokia just made it impossible to maintain, and that certain people were being affected by the flooding while others weren't, so people decided to leave the city. And then another theory was warfare, that there was like a lot of warfare that broke out between different city states, but there's not much evidence of that. There is, however, the last one, which is sort of the most popular one, is that there was massive civil unrest as the flooding came, as the elites did human sacrifices and things like that. The people really didn't have a reason to stay, okay? And there was nothing stopping them from leaving. So the elites overplayed their hand, and they lost power. And people just left and went somewhere else. All right. So like these are kind of three big theories. But we also have evidence that these things were burned down, and there's evidence that there was fighting that took place, okay? And it's a mystery, guys. My point here is it's a mystery. But a lot of archaeologists would say this is there's some archaeologists that say this is evidence of like some early conflict between hunter-gatherers or people who previously weren't in civilization, meeting conflict with the new hierarchies that were being established. You see what I mean? Because these elites didn't really have the power to keep people in. Okay. So that's why it's the mystery of Cahokia, and isn't that interesting? We're not sure where this massive civilization went. Okay, we just don't know. We don't know. But those are the three theories: warfare, flooding, and civil unrest. There are some other ones I think too out there that are still being studied, but we haven't fully excavated the site. All right. All right. They went down to the river. Yeah. Okay. Right. So these are all very interesting explanations. By the way, this civilization was huge. They had connections all the way to Mexico, not all the way to the Aztecs, we think, but they had trade networks all the way to the West Coast, the East Coast. It was massive. It was massive. We just don't talk about it. Okay. How dare you? How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay. How dare you say it was aliens? Okay. Lunatic. Okay. No. But isn't that interesting? And I just think it's an interesting sign, guys. Like, we living in civilization isn't necessarily people oftentimes don't make the choice to live in civilization unless they have to. And if there is no mechanism for keeping people within an alien, within an alien, God, because I just read alien here, within a civilization, they'll leave. So it's possible that early hunter-gatherers really only started joining civilizations when they had no other choice. And then the people, you see what I mean? Okay. But that's just an interesting there, guys. Like, even at this time, there was unrest between the poor and the rich and shit like that. Okay. All right. We also have other evidence. I don't really want to go into it. Yeah, no, Meowsworth, you're 100% right. Monumental architecture, like building a giant pyramid, it tells us several things. First of all, you need to be able to command tremendous resources in order to coordinate that. And so clearly someone was coordinating the building of this massive monument. and then they were building it for their benefit. So that implies they had a bunch of slave labor or a bunch of bunch of people that served these elites to do the labor for them. And we find a lot in a lot of the graves, the elites' graves, like images, some very mythological native images that connect them to deities. So these early elites had started connecting them to like sky gods and bird gods. And they're like, oh, the reason we're in power is because we are linked to God. We are holier than you guys. That's why we're in power. So here we have an example of superstructure supporting the elites, right? They connected themselves to gods. As a matter of fact, that elite burial, yeah, there you go, Meowzord. That elite burial that I showed you in that pit, those beads were shaped around them like a falcon, okay? Which is a common image in a lot of native groups, and a falcon shape is sort of linking them to like a celestial sky god. So yeah, the elites were linking themselves to the gods. Religion, if you guys don't know, is often a tool of social control. We are in power, and we get to live on top of the mount because the gods chose us to live up here. All right. And why do we think they did the sacrifices? Okay. Why do we think they did the sacrifices? Well, we don't really know, but those sacrifices may have been the elites trying to do social control, trying to keep people in line who were misbehaving. It could also have been an attempt to suppress dissent. That's one theory that some anthropologists, archaeologists have, is that a lot of these folks appeared to be from elsewhere. It was sort of a public punishment that was couched in religious language, and which is why, because the elites hadn't established complete control yet. But right after these sacrifices, we see a lot more differentiation between different elite groups and stuff. You see what I mean? Okay. It also could have been an attempt to control the floods. You know, you do sacrifices in an effort to the gods to control the floods that you don't have any control over. You see what I mean? And when that didn't work, the people lost their minds. Okay, you see what I mean? Okay, so anyway, it's just very interesting. That happened a lot of places in the world, right? Where the elites would literally sacrifice people and throw them into graves. Guys, I'm not saying we do the exact same thing today, but what do you call sending poor people and people of color to war to die for the state? I'm not saying it's the same thing as a human sacrifice, but there are weird ritualistic things about it that are similar. Okay? Like literally, there were weird, like, okay, what I mean by is like, okay, we sent, and then these people almost gain, correct, Raymond Bear. We're not sure why these ones did sacrifice. There are many possible reasons. We don't have archaeological evidence of it. It is partially probably trying to control the environment. It also could be an attempt at social control, right? But like yeah, that's what I mean from failed. It could have been about rain. We don't know. It could have been about rain to control the floods, etc. We're not sure. Okay, but in this, we don't know about Cahokia. Yeah. So, and then what do we do, guys? When soldiers die, we kind of turn them into saints almost. We do all these rituals to honor their bodies. And we bury them in, okay, think about it. We bury them in special places. Okay? We bury them in special places. We put them in, into like Arlington Cemetery. These sacrifices were put into a special place of burial. They were arranged in a certain manner. Now, they weren't directly killed. I mean, except they were directly, yeah, flag draping. And then there's almost given a religious backing to it. Guys, the Vikings did the same things. Well, let me phrase that. The Aztecs would do a lot of would honor the people being sacrificed. Now, I'm not saying that it's exactly the same. I really am not. But we still do some weird civilizational things in regards to like human sacrifice type things, right? You know what I mean? You died for the flag. Congratulations. Okay. Yeah. Have you heard of the sacrifice versus massacre society theory? Yes, Redmond Berry. It's interesting. But that's why I'm saying we don't know, because there's debate still amongst anthropologists and archaeologists and shit about, especially Cahokia, about why they did this. All we know is that apparently the people in this city didn't like being in a hierarchical society. All right. Yeah, Gwen, they used people that were willing. Think they ever drank alcohol out of their helmet? I don't know, Ox. I don't know. Okay. But it's just interesting. Ancient peoples were just like us. They had the same emotions, feelings, and stuff like that. And they did things similar to us a lot of the ways. Hell, guys, give you another example here. I said how, like, ancient peoples, like these peoples used, probably the elites used religion to explain why they were in power. We kind of do the same shit today. It's not necessarily religion. Sometimes it is. But we have this sort of mythical idea of the people in power are there because they've been magically elected through voting, and that must mean that they deserve to be there. You see what I mean? Like, oh, well, they're in office and they have this mystical, the reason they're there is it's like magical, right? Like it's a magical thing. Yeah, like meritocracy. If you rise up to the top, it's because you deserve to be there. You have been chosen by the society. You must be superior, right? It's kind of a mythological belief. Meritocracy doesn't really exist. All right. And we all know that in America, for example, um, we all know that in America, for example, we don't really have a democracy. Um, yeah, I know, right, Oxpecker? Deserve ain't got nothing to do with it. Goes both. Yeah. So the ancient peoples were not much different than we are, but I do hope we are the same in that. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. The most, I'm sorry, most pathetic idea I've ever been sold as a real thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Um, I do hope though that we are as smart as the ancients were and not obeying that system if it starts to result in us being sacrificed for no reason and the elites protecting themselves as the world is being destroyed. Think about Elon Musk. They're trying to build a wall around themselves by escaping to Mars while the rest of us die because of what their class of people have done to the planet. How is that any different from if the elites at this time built walls around their central structures to protect themselves from the results of a flood while everyone else suffered from it? The people at this time apparently didn't accept that. All right? You see what I mean? So, yeah, things don't change much a lot of the time. All right. Yeah, I know, Oxpecker, right? If we compare Nero to the world leaders of today, they apparently have disturbingly more in common than we could imagine. Yeah. All right. So, anyway. Oh, is that true, Invalid Axiom? He abandoned Mars. He wants to go to the moon, apparently. Oh, great. Love that. Also, Elon wants to put AI servers in space. Great. Okay. It is, Gwen. And like civilization. Now, I'm not trying to make direct comparisons here. There are a lot of differences between now and then. Okay. But there are some pretty big similarities. And civilization is sort of always the same in a lot of ways. There's always hierarchies. There's always sort of a group that gets more than anyone else. Yeah, okay. All right. Woo! Yes, absolutely. Do we know how far they traded in Cahokia? So, Mauser, I have not kept up with the literature in this, but we know that they went as far as, like, the Southwest. They were definitely, like, they were trading with the Pueblos, I'm pretty sure, or I don't know if it was exactly the Pueblos, people way out west. There are debating theories about whether they traded with the Aztecs. They might have done a little bit of trade with the Aztecs. It's kind of unclear. But there's been more and more research about this because, guys, what's cool about Cahokia is that it has barely been excavated, right? We have not looked in a lot of the mounds on the site in order to protect the mounds and to protect the memory of the people inside of them. Okay, it is Meowzord. So anyway, isn't that interesting? So, all right. Anyway, that's Cahokia, just showing you how we're not much different than our ancient ancestors. Okay, guys. So I do think I saw someone in the chat earlier. All right, let me put my face back up. Boop-a-doop-boo. That's okay. So I will say, I think I saw someone earlier mention the possibility of aliens. Now, I don't know if this person was joking, and I don't know who said this. So if you think I'm not gonna, I don't know who said it. So don't be embarrassed if I shoot down your idea, and then you're like, oh no, he saw I said that. I just want to be clear. No, aliens did not build any of these things. None of them. None. It is an insane, batshit crazy conspiracy theory. No, Dolly Boy, it wasn't you. It was an insane. I know you were joking. It is an insane, batshit crazy conspiracy theory to say that the aliens built all these things. And by the way, on a side note here, there are. I actually studied this because I have a degree in anthropology, and I did a research project. In undergraduate. Okay, in an undergraduate class where I looked at the origin of these ideas that aliens had built these things, and guess what? It was racism. White archaeologists could not understand how the pyramids could have been built by black Africans or by people that were not white. So they went on, I hope we're all joking, they went on and they basically said, oh, well, this couldn't have possibly been black Africans. It had to have been someone from outside of Africa. And over time, that evolved into the notion of it started off as it must have been some group of white people who did it. Then it evolved into, oh, it must have been aliens. And guys, here's a question for you. How often do you hear these ancient alien types say that the Colosseum was built by aliens or the Parthenon? Okay, or ancient Greek architecture, or anything like that. Do they? Do these ancient alien people ever say that Greek civilization or Roman civilization or anything like that was created by aliens? Or is it only structures built in places where there are people who are not European or who may not have been white? Now, I can think of one example. Where there are theories like this, where there are white people, and that's England in the Stonehenge. There are some. Okay. Nope, Redmond. Nope, that's also not true. Africans did not build Mexico, either. There's zero archaeological evidence of that. None. So, okay, no aliens built this shit. They were built by human beings, all right? And by the way, for those that do think that pyramids were like all the same everywhere, pyramids were the same everywhere or whatever, so how could this be the same? That is the easiest way to build a monumental structure early on. Because if you try to build something straight up and down, it'll tumble over. So you have to have a wider base, and then you make it thinner as you go up to keep the damn thing from falling over. Okay. Yeah, there's no genetic evidence that the people, the Aztecs or the Mayans or whatever were African. All right. There is a lot of genetic evidence to suggest that they came from Asia. They have genes that match with some genetic whatever the phrase is from Asia, because a lot of native groups crossed over from North Asia into North America across the ice bridge. Okay. All right. So, all right, to be clear, I've also heard there's conspiracy theories about Africans having been first in the Americas. There's no evidence of that. But I will say Christopher Columbus wasn't the first person from the quote unquote old world in America. It was Leif Erikson, who was a Viking. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So just to be clear, guys, just be careful. The ancient alien stuff drives me crazy. It's also just a bunch of weird batshit crazy people who spout that stuff. Not you, if you believe it. The people who on like the History Channel talk about it. There were no aliens didn't do this shit. We have so much evidence that they didn't, that these were people. Okay. Yeah, Meowzord. Macon, I hate you, okay? It was the Atlanteans. Right, Macon. Okay. I know, invalid action. We need the guy with the crazy hair to do that, right? Okay. By the way, Graham Hancock is also a lunatic. Okay. Okay, for the guy, everyone know, I've talked about this before. I just can't help myself. Yeah. Anyway, so this guy, if you ever see him, he is a liar, okay, and he literally doesn't know archaeology. It's funny. It's very funny. Graham Hancock. And I don't want to go through it, but giants were definitely real. Okay. So this guy right here, for those who know what he looks like, he was on Joe Rogan. He's been given a platform in a lot of places because, we're in civilizational decline, so we let these sort of lunatics have a say everywhere. This guy right here, Graham Hancock, not an archaeologist, a liar who is, by the way, amongst most archaeological circles, laughed at endlessly and is sort of a pariah because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And then he claims that like archaeologists are oppressing him and trying to hide the truth. Guys, archaeologists aren't paid nearly enough to care enough to hide the truth, okay? It's not exactly a large field. Archaeologists don't get paid much. They don't get much money for funding. It's not like they have an investment in lying about these things. They're scientists. They literally they have tons of evidence for these things. Yeah, Gwen, I recommend if you want to watch someone who's really good at debunking all this stuff, watch Milo, a Minuteman on YouTube. He's an archaeologist. He's really good at doing it. Another really good guy that's a real archaeologist who's really good at debunking all of Graham Hancock's garbage is what's his name? He was also on Joe Rogan and came to dismantle Graham Hancock. Shit, what is his name? Flint. Professor Flint or Dr. Flint, I think his name is. Flint Dibble. Flint Dibble. He has a funny name, but okay. Watch Flint Dibble. All right. Okay. And yeah. So I'm just seeing more and more of the pseudo, Flint Dibble. I'm seeing more and more of the pseudo archaeology crap. And I don't know why that is. It might just be because of the internet. But it's pseudo archaeology. It's not real. Okay. That's why it's called pseudo archaeology. Let me show you something else, guys. There you go, Shiv. Shiv says random expert outside of the scientific consensus. So this thing is totally real. And then Rogan, wow, that's wild. Exactly. I hate it. Okay. Oh my God, I hate it. You're right. So what was I going to say here? I know Rogan is a menace. Let me just show you one last thing since we're on this topic real fast. Yesterday, one of the reasons I'm talking about this today is yesterday I went here. I went on a little day trip to Newark, Ohio. And for those that live in the Midwest, you ought to visit these sites. A lot of people in the United States, Newark, Ohio, let's see here, Octagon Mound. Literally about 45 minutes from me is a UNESCO World Heritage Site that no one knows about. A lot of it has to do, guys, with racism. I'm not joking. Historically, a lot of these sites, people haven't cared much because they're like, oh, they're just mounds of dirt, and they're not made out of stone, and they're not European, so no one gives a shit. But not that far from me is a site called the Octagon Earthworks. All right, and it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Look at this. All right, look at this. I can show you this. This is what they look like overhead. All right. This is an old-fashioned map of it, but I'll show you some actual pictures of it here in a second. So if you were to map out the entire site, it's huge. All right. It's absolutely huge. So here it is. All right. Now this octagon. I'll show you some actual pictures. This octagon and this circle are massive, and these are mounds of dirt. All these lines are massive mounds of dirt. And I'm not joking, this octagon, you notice how it's hard to see. There's little slots in between the dirt mounds. This is aligned perfectly with the movements of the moon. They knew exactly where the moon would be at certain times of the year. And every time of year when the moon is in a certain location, I can't remember the name of all these astronomical things, forgive me. Like when it's at its highest point or its lowest point, the moon will come and be right in the slot where it needs to be on these mounds if you're standing in the right spot, if you're standing in the center. Correct, Trump failed. And every year at these mounds to this day, you can go and see when the moon is perfectly aligned, okay, down the center of the mound. It is a giant watch, a giant astronomical calendar. And they were able to build these static structures that perfectly understood the movement of the moon and the heavens without any without any ability to write things down, basically just using their own knowledge and understanding. And by the way, you see this, this circle and this octagon over here on the left. Woo. They have nearly the exact same area. So they were able to construct these structures that had the exact same area of different shapes. Meanwhile, you see this lawn road here? This is a giant road with mounds on each side of it. And it's thought it travels for 60 miles to a different site where there's more mounds. And it doesn't look perfectly straight on here, but it is almost perfectly straight. And they were able to create an almost perfectly straight road with mounds between two sites 60 miles away, and it's called the Great Hopewell Road, so that people between these two sites could travel to their sacred sites. I mean, come on. Human beings are pretty cool. Some of the shit we can manage, all right? And again, this wasn't aliens. This was just native peoples building these big structures. So I went there yesterday. If I can show you here, like what it kind of looks like from above. Unfortunately, part of it's been destroyed. Like you can see parts of the mounds here. Okay. Yeah, there you go. The moon waxes and wanes between the new and full moon. So that's what it was. You can see here, you can see some of the mounds here. I can show you a lot of it was destroyed, by the way. And a lot of it was because it's anyway, but now it's a UNESCO heritage site, but you can go and visit this shit. And yeah, and there were these giant sweat lodges right on the edges of this thing, so people coming to this site could purify themselves before they went into the site to do the religious ceremonies. Anyway, it's very cool. I'll shut up. Putting my face back up. You guys get the idea here. All right. Enough of that. Enough of me ranting about how pseudo-archaeology and shit's bullshit and how human beings are awesome. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. Doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what you did. Okay. My Dark Matter is my favorite atheist creator because we both were in an anti-woke phase, fell out of said phase, and then gradually became woke around 2020 and use our brief history in these spaces to call out the irony poisoning from... Yes. Also, he just does live action commentary instead of animations now. That dude is effing jacked. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Oxpecker, cool. All right. So, guys, all right. So there we go, guys. There's my little presentation. On a future Kahoot, I might ask you about Cahokia and why it fell and some of the interesting things there. All right. We get that? We understand that? We understand that now? Okay. Enough of that shit. Let's do some reactions. How's everyone doing out there? Do I need to hand out some boops? Shiv, thank you. You know I love you, Shiv. Shiv is my new favorite. All the rest of you can go to hell. Shiv is my new favorite. Shiv is being respectful. I appreciate respect. I am the elite on top of the earthen mound. Yeah, Mayflower Kid, you missed everything because you don't like education. All right, so let's continue. What we're going to do now is I have a video I want to watch with you. Let's get back into modern day politics and the hell we're living in. Let's leave the the past and get back into the modern day horrors we have to face, shall we? Why not? God help us all. I don't believe in that shit, but still, God help us. All right. Me and hell. There you go, LaCroix. Well done. Okay. There you go. All right. So back to hell, folks. Yay! Hell, yay. Okay. God. You know what? I'm kind of hoping that I kind of would almost prefer to be human sacrificed at this point, by the Cahokians rather than living in this timeline. At least then anyway. Okay. What did I want to what did I want to show all of you? What did I want to show all of you? Where is this shit? Yes. Yes. Okay, so let's do this. I thought it would be fun. Where's my face? The Good Liars, guys. The Good Liars did a new video, and just for shits and giggles, I thought we could watch a video about Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay, Shiv. I'll be very upset, but that's okay. I'll cry myself to sleep, but that's okay. Thank you. I'll take it. Although I probably can't be catching lives with my sleeping schedule. That's fair, Shiv. I understand. Okay. Okay. You can just watch the replay, Shiv. It's okay. All right. So, this is a video by the Good Liars. You know how much I love the Good Liars, right? And they are at a conference. I know. I'm sorry. Don't worry, guys. We'll do PragerU a different time. I know how upset you all are when I have never shown you that. Okay, I think Meowzord posted this. Did you post this, Meowzord? Okay. This is the Good Liars going to a Trump rally, or I say, yeah, the Rocky Mount, North Carolina, Trump 2028, okay, rally. And we're watching this just to, to find some joy in the collapse of American society, I guess. I don't know how to rephrase it. This is like Idiocracy on steroids. Now, guys, you know me. I am very respectful of these people, okay? I mean, not really, but if I say anything rude about them, please forgive me. I am losing my patience, all right? I typically try to be nice and be like, well, they're uneducated. Well, they're oppressed. Well, they're being lied to. But I've really been losing my patience with a lot of these folks, okay? So I will try I know, Mayflower Kid, I will try my best to not say mean things about them. But I do want to, I know. I do want to say, while we're watching this, I always want us to think about how this happened. What about our conditions in this country led to so many people being this way? All right. So it's okay to not like these folks, but if we want to fix things, we have to figure out how this happened so we can fix it. So try to think while we're doing this, like, why do these people think the way they do? What can we change so that we don't have people thinking like this? Okay. And of course, you can also be upset, okay? Because I know I will be. I will try to be nice, but I might be a bit condescending at certain points. Okay, everyone ready? Yeah. Okay, so just be aware of that, all right? Be academic, and also you can be mean. I'm okay with that. Everyone ready? Let's watch. Oh, God, I haven't seen it. I'm already annoyed. Everyone ready? Let's see how this goes. And it's not working. There it is. Okay.
You love ICE?
Yes, sir.
Why do you love ICE so much?
Because they help protecting America.
Yeah.
And we need them on the streets.
And do you approve of every tactic they're using now?
Yes, I do.
Were you okay with what happened in Chicago, where they took families out and children in their underwear and zip tied them?
Yes, I was. Whatever it takes to keep America free and clean, brother.
But you're okay. Okay, well, there you have it.
I am trying to remain calm. Whatever it is to keep America clean, he said. Clean and free. Okay. Now, okay, yeah, Gwen. Thank you, Gwen. That word disturbs me. Okay, clean. I know I talk too much about the Nazis, but they had a word, Rassenhygiene. It meant racial hygiene. You have to clean up the race a little bit, clean up the gene pool. We got to, sending the Jews to the concentration camps is an attempt at achieving Rassenhygiene. The word clean is real gross. The implication being that these migrants are somehow dirty or some sort of infection on the body politic. Okay. You know what? It's fine. I'm okay. Maybe that's just one. Yeah, a very unserious person, but also very dangerous. Okay. Maybe that's just one. Maybe the rest are better. I don't know. I mean, I don't have hope. Mechakind. Thank you, Mechakind. Mechakind says, hello, how is life in Nazi Germany? Do we need to do that Nazi salute every time you want to say hello? Not yet, Mechakind. We haven't gotten to that point yet. Okay? We haven't gotten to that point yet. But you do probably have to say "Make America Great Again" at this point. All right, let's continue.
Unfortunately,
this is North Carolina, Mayflower Kid.
we are here outside a Trump rally in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Donald Trump is scheduled to speak at 6 p.m. Do you think Donald Trump committed any crimes with Jeffrey Epstein?
Donald Trump is not a crime-committing type person. He doesn't do that. I've gotten to know him over the last several months, and he is
What, like personally? What the fuck are you mean? Okay, I shouldn't be. Okay.
honest to a fault. He's absolutely honest.
Matt Saigai, you don't need to do that. It's your goddamn birthday, Matt Saigai. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the 1,000 bits. Really. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Happy birthday, by the way, Matt Saigai. You know what, Matt Saigai, just for you, I'll put on the jester collar. Yeah, Shiv. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Thank you, Matt Saigai. All right. Yeah, by the way, guys, it is Matt Saigai's birthday. It's also Louise's birthday. I know I said it at the beginning, but just a reminder, everyone. Everyone, just remember Matt Saigai's birthday, Louise's birthday. Give them a good shout out. Lovely members of our community that we all love very much. Okay. Oh, my God. Thank you, Mecha Kind. Every time I see Trump 2026 flags, I get the urge to use the flag as toilet paper. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, lovely. I actually literally had toilet paper with his face on it, and I ended up using it all when I had a stomach bug. So you can imagine what I used it for. Okay, Redmond Berry, did I miss the your hit tub, my hit tub stream? Your hit tub stream? I don't know what that means, Redmond Berry. Forgive me. Okay, let's continue.
Will not break the law. He will not lie.
He will
and
not, guys.
Break the law.
Don't you know that he will not break the law, and that he would never break the law? He's the most illegal president ever. No, I didn't. I never did a hot tub stream. But Redmond Berry, if you can maybe convince me to do a hot tub stream, if you want me to, you can convince me. I'm sure. Okay, I'm sorry. I know, guys. I'm being disgusting. Anyway, how old is this vid? This is from 4 days ago. This is from 4 days ago. Okay. All right. Yeah, 34 felonies. Yeah. That's true, Shiv. Yeah. How can you break the law when you are the law at this point? Okay. Yeah. So, oh, that's real. Oh my God, Oxpecker, that's amazing. That's amazing. All right. Okay.
Law.
You don't think Donald Trump would lie?
No, he won't lie.
Guys, I mean, honestly, at this point, what do you do? If you think he won't lie at this point, what can I do? Right? What can we do? I don't know. What's going to convince you?
Really? Ever? You don't think he'd ever lie?
He has a very strong conviction about truth. He started a social media company called Truth Social.
Right.
I don't want my grandchildren paying for my shit. I didn't say that. Sit down.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. You don't want your grandchildren paying for your shit. How are tariffs going to solve that?
Mm-hmm.
It will help. Hopefully, he will get some of that deficit down.
And how does that work economically?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't work there.
He has
God.
really been trying hard.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Great. Yeah, Le Croix Bois re-education camps. Not even kidding. I won't say anything about the Le Croix. I am on stream, by the way. Okay. Oxpecker says re-educate. Not even okay. Nothing. Their good guy complex. Yeah. Ox. I agree. Who's this? Thank you. Is this Drusilla? Thank you. Thank you, Drusilla. You said, is this enough for that? You sent me a DM, Drusilla? I'll check. Sure. I'll check. Thank you, Drusilla.
Hard to have these files not released.
No, he hasn't.
What you don't think Donald Trump has been trying to not release the Epstein files?
No.
Oh my God,
Really?
I love it, Drusilla.
He threatened Republicans
I'll show this to everyone here in a second, Drusilla. Thank you. Oh my God, that's amazing.
to create a whole rift with Marjorie Taylor Greene about this. Yeah. That's
Thank
why
you,
Marjorie
Mr.
Taylor
Frank.
Greene's feuding with him.
No.
Yeah.
I seen him with his own lips moving.
What? And said what?
Release the files.
Well, that was before the election, right?
No, that was after.
No, this whole summer he
Guys,
was
don't you
threatening
know-
Republicans if
See, I don't know. Is this just information illiteracy? Like, who here? Okay, I got to tell you, I think most of us in here would know that when a politician's lips are moving, that doesn't mean anything, right? Like, even if you like look at Democrats or Republicans, I hope most of us know that words don't matter that much. But you certainly shouldn't fully trust a person's words. What really matters is actions, right? I mean, yeah, like, just so are we okay? So, like, did they not learn that you don't blindly listen and believe everything you hear that people say? It's almost like this cute naivete. It's like the cute little naivete of a child, right? Like, well, yes, okay, mister. Like, kind of deal. Like, it seems okay. I just don't get it. And it makes my head hurt as a teacher because I've met teenagers and grade schoolers that know that. uh, who know that, well, we can hear what they say, but what are they actually doing? Right? Like, I can imagine a little toddler coming up to me and like, and Mr. Sim, and this guy said that, but even though he said that, he did this, so I don't know why he said that, because that was not true. Like, you see what I mean? Like, that's not that hard of a thing for, okay. Oh my God. Yeah, there you go, outer signal, but Trump isn't a politician. He promised to drain the swamp, right? Okay. Jesus.
They signed to release it.
There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of
Yeah,
politicians on that list.
Okay.
There's Republicans, there's Democrats, there's Independents.
Yeah.
And then probably a bunch of movie stars too.
Okay.
And ain't no telling who else.
Yeah, but he didn't want to get the files released. That's just a fact. If you look back at the
It's your fact. It's not my fact.
So you don't believe that Donald Trump was acting?
Oh my God, we're doing that shit. We're doing that shit. Okay, we're doing that shit now. We're doing it's not my fact, that's your fact. Remember, what was it? That one lunatic lady who was like, alternative facts. My goodness, I'm going to lose my... Okay, I don't even know what to say about that. These people want to make me use pronouns when I'm talking with them. All right. Jesus, this is horrible. Elevator lady, like, how many countries' leaders in Europe were not cool with what the U.S. bought with, getting a litter, but the next day the U.S. Yeah, I know. I know. You're right, elevator lady. Okay. Yeah, good old alternative facts. Dear God.
Actively trying to have the files not released.
Right.
But that definitely happened.
What my gut tells me.
The Epstein.
Yes, the good old-fashioned gut. Guys, I've said this before, like, fascist movements are all about emotions. It's called aesthetic rationalism. All that makes, like, the only rationality that fascist movements have is what makes them feel good and what looks good to them, okay? That's why a lot of fascist movements are obsessed with massive public displays and things like that to create an illusion that doesn't exist, because it's all about feels and vibes, okay? I mean, hell, Trump even said yesterday, I'll know the war is over when I feel it in my bones. Reality doesn't matter. Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung, as they would say in German. Okay, the world is however I view it to be. It doesn't matter what reality is. I just feel it in my gut. I just feel it in my gut. Invalid axiom. Wait, what was it called? What was what called invalid axiom? But like, don't we see that here? It's vibes. It's vibes. It's all vibes based. We went to war because Trump had a vibe, right? He had a vibe. Hitler would attack the Soviet Union because he had a vibe. He's like, we will win against the Soviet Union. I have a vibe that they're weak. It's just all about vibes and action, for action's sake. Okay, you said the feelings. Aesthetic rationalism, invalid axiom. Now, there are other words for it: irrationalism, aesthetic rationalism. Yeah, and we could debate it. Yeah, exactly, Gwen. It's kind of like a faith, and a lot, guys. Gwen, you're great that you brought that up, Gwen. Like, faith. Like, how a lot of these folks are, in fact, aesthetic rationalism. There are people who I'm kind of using a simplified phrase here. There are historians who disagree with the use of that word. Okay, I'm just using it to make it more to simplify. Okay, yeah, like a cult, right? It's like a cult, Mayflower Kid, and they have a lot of these folks are also evangelical Christians. There's sort of an overlap between the religiosity and the cult-like mentality. A lot of these Trump rallies are kind of like church services. A lot of what the Nazis did were kind of like giant ritualistic things, okay? There's a lot of overlap there. And there's something in anthropology called religious bliss, or what is the term? I think it's called religious bliss or religious religious shit. Oh crap, not orgasm. I can't remember the name. But like when you have that feeling of bliss and pleasure when you're in a big group of people and you like suddenly feel that bliss and pleasure of being, it creates a feeling of the sublime. That's what happens at these Trump rallies. These people get all up into this feeling of like bliss and pleasure. And that's what Hitler did. He would rally the crowds and make them like very excited and feel this euphoria. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. Religious euphoria. Okay, euphoria or ritualistic euphoria. Okay, it's all about feels. It's all about feels. All right, and think about how obsessed Trump is with display. Like he wants to change what things look like, aesthetics. He wants to change your feels. Okay. Anyway, my God.
Files supposed to be released. How do you feel about that? And why do you think Donald Trump wanted them not to be released?
I think Donald Trump wanted them to release. I don't know how many times he said, I want them to be released. Release these things.
Well, he ran on it before the election, yeah.
The issue is, if there was anything against Donald Trump in it, the Democrats would have brought it out during the previous times. They didn't do that. Therefore, I look at this and I say, there's probably nothing in there. He said he wants them released. He said he wants them released. The Democrats keep saying he doesn't want them released. So who are you going to believe? The guy who's saying release it, or the guys who say
he spent the summer kind of trying to tell people don't release the files. He had Lauren Boebert, I think, and maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene too, in the Situation Room. No cell phones, dark. And let's discuss.
Yeah, Shiv, you're absolutely right. Real fast. I'm going to pause. Shiv says, to be fair, almost all humans are convinced by emotional reasoning. Correct, Shiv. But in a lot of fascist regimes, that is the center of the political ideology, is as aesthetics. In liberal regimes or democratic regimes, there is a general sense of we need to agree on certain facts of things that are real, and then we can get into the debates about it. Now, I'm oversimplifying a lot here, but fascist movements are really a lot about feels, okay? To give you an example here, guys, Mussolini was famously asked by a reporter who was trying to figure out what his political platform was. This reporter from, I think it was Le Monde or La Monda, which is an Italian newspaper, asked him, Mr. Mussolini, what is your political platform? And Mussolini responded, my platform is the fist. Okay. And so the reporter goes, what do you mean? And Mussolini said, the reporter from Le Monde asked what I mean. What I mean is that I want to punch the reporter from Le Monde. Okay. Well, that's not really an answer. What do you mean the fist? Well, to Mussolini, masculinity, violence, action. That's what his movement was about. Action for action's sake. That's all very aesthetic. That's not about like achieving anything. That's just about doing something you want to do because it makes you feel better. You want to punch the reporter in the face, right? You like the idea of violence and force, and you like the aesthetic of doing that. I could be wrong. I can't remember the name of the newspaper. I could be yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Okay. So anyway, it's kind of a weird thing.
The Epstein files. Don't vote to discharge the Epstein files. Then he lost support, and now he said to release the files.
If you don't understand politics and you don't understand negotiations and how you get things
done.
Guys,
don't worry. Trump is just doing 5-dimensional chess. It's just that he's smarter than us, okay? So all this stupid shit he does is just, it's because he's smarter than us, and we just don't understand it. By the way, guys, what does that sound like when it comes to religion? What argument? I've talked about this before. When people are trying to explain things that happen in the world that are bad, how do they explain it away in reference to God? Won't they say, well, it's all part of his plan? Or the other thing they'll say is, what's the term? Okay, they'll say, it's part of his plan. Oh, he works in mysterious ways. Okay. Do you see what I mean? That it's almost like a religious thing, right? When there are things that the God does that you can't really understand, it doesn't matter because he's still your God. So you gotta kind of like, oh, he works in mysterious ways. We just don't understand the bigger picture, right? very much like this. Well, he's just playing five-dimensional chess. We just don't understand it. He's just thinking way above us. Very like cult-like mentality, okay? Yeah, corpo-fascist speech, absolutely, Meowzord.
Then then you don't understand why he's doing some of the things he does.
So why is he doing the things he's doing?
Because they're negotiation tactics.
And what's he negotiating about?
He's negotiating to say, I want to get these things released. But quite honestly, he's probably trying to protect some Democrats out there from a real embarrassment. Because, would you
Donald Trump is trying to avoid?
Would you, as president,
You think
want
Donald
a
Trump
former
is trying to protect Democrats?
Would you, as president, want a former president like Bill Clinton to be exposed as a
Yes,
participant
Meowzord.
of things that might be very much illegal? I think he's trying to protect.
Oh my God, that's a new one. So he thinks that Trump isn't releasing it because he wants to protect Biden and Obama. Wow. That's interesting. Okay, I haven't heard that one before. He's just trying to protect. He's trying to protect Biden and Obama. That's okay. Okay, hey.
The news isn't just about what happens anymore.
Could have fooled me there, guys. Could have fooled me
participant
there. Shocking. Yeah, apparently, according to this guy, well, he probably just doesn't want to embarrass Biden. Okay, at least that's a new one. Okay, I haven't heard that one before. All right. Well, claiming to know God's will is a good thing. To assume that everything happens as his will is a bad thing. Okay. Okay, right. Yeah, very creative. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I keep pausing it. I just need to process these things, okay? It's like reading a teenager's essay in an English class and like sitting there for 5 minutes when they do a sentence that makes no sense and trying to understand which teacher possibly taught them to write this way. Because it's like, wait a minute, how did they come to this? Who the hell taught them to write this way? You know what I mean? Okay.
Things that might be very much illegal. I think he's trying to protect the presidency.
The news isn't just about what happens anymore.
It's about
Yeah. Your
how the
advertisement.
story gets told.
That's why we
1,000 news sources to show you how different outlets cover the same story. They show you breakdowns of political bias, reliability, and who owns which source, which honestly is over 100 sources.
Yeah. Moving forward.
Ain't got it all figured out.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we got yelling. This will be fun.
I mean, you guys think you got it all figured out? You ain't got it all figured out. You've been deceived. Matthew 24 says, and in the last days, the Antichrist will arrive.
Oh,
and
no.
when the Antichrist arrives, he will tell you and show you miracles like an ear. He'll show you all kinds of things. He'll make you think he's God himself. But he ain't nothing but the spirit of the Antichrist.
What?
Jesus said to love one another, not send people back to Mexico.
You don't think they
Okay.
were close at all?
Wait a minute. So was that guy saying that Trump is the Antichrist? Hey, I mean, that's crazy, but it's also like, okay, I'm okay with that narrative. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. Like that. Hey, obviously I don't believe in that, but hey, I'm okay with that narrative. If you want to narrativize it, I'm all for narrativizing Trump as the Antichrist. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Sure, okay. I mean, it's kind of crazy to watch that, but hey, at least he's saying Trump is the Antichrist. And that, okay, well, we'll see.
Epstein and Trump?
I don't think they were bosom buddies.
Yeah,
no.
Gwen.
I think they were acquaintances.
But did you see the note that he wrote? His birthday?
Yeah, he did, guys. He said that don't send people back to Mexico. Jesus wouldn't want that. So, hey, I'm all for it. Okay, I know he looks like a vet who might have some PTSD or something, but hey, more power to him.
His birthday book to
No.
Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
You didn't see that?
Mm-mm.
Okay, let me pull it up. So this is the note
Oh,
that Donald
God,
Trump
no.
gave to Jeffrey Epstein. It says voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald. Yes, there is. But I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. It's Jeffrey Epstein. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things.
Okay, well, let's take bets here. What do we think she's going to say in response to seeing this note between Trump and Epstein? I think she's going to be like, it's fake. I could be wrong, but do you think she might say it's fake? Like, what's the common thing here when you show a MAGA person direct evidence of Trump being involved? Do you think she'll say it's fake? Ox Pecker, he's on our side. Keep in mind, anyone freshly disillusioned with the far right is like, yeah, I'm okay with I'm okay with it, Ox Pecker. That's why I'm like, okay with it. You think you'll say it's fake? That's your note, not. But hey, very possibly. You know, we should do a betting game, right, guys? Fake news. It's proven fake. Nuh-uh. Yep, fake. Definitely gonna say it's fake or AI. He's a white hat. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Let's see what she says. Let's see how wrong let's see if we're wrong. Okay. Most of you think Mayflower. That actually is possible. Maybe she'll like it. She'll be like, oh yeah, he's so cool. That's possible too. All right.
In common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump. And then he signed it, and it's the outline of a naked woman there.
Do you think that was incriminating? I mean, that's what Epstein was into.
Right. But do you think it's incriminating that Donald Trump wrote this?
No, I don't.
No?
No.
He actively threatened Republicans.
What? Okay, you know what? I think, so she's basically saying, well, he's just talking to Epstein like he likes to be talked to? Okay, I was not expecting that. I think that the closest person to being right would have been Shiv Ring. Okay, I think, or Mayflower Kid or Shiv Ring, you know what? You both get a boop. Shiv Ring said that she would say that's actually really nice. That's kind of what she said. She said, boop. And Mayflower Kid said that she will like it. She did seem to kind of like it. I'll give that a boop. Boop. Okay. I was wrong. I don't know what she meant by that. She's like, well, yeah, that's what Epstein was into. That's how Trump talks to him because that's what Epstein's into. Okay, well, you know what? All right. I don't know. What does that mean? Okay, all right.
Who we're going to sign to have a vote on the Epstein files getting released.
I don't believe that. What channel was it on?
Literally every channel. Literally every channel.
Was it on podcast?
It was literally on every channel. You could Google it.
No,
They should Google it right now.
No. Not every channel.
Okay. Well, what channel? Where do you get your news?
Oh! Please list in the chat now where you think he gets his news. Na 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 na. Da da na 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 na. Ba na 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 na. No 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 no. Dun 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 dun. Bum bum. Okay. So we have a few guesses here. Let's see what he says. He may not. Maybe he won't even respond. Okay, but let's find out. So we have people saying Fox News, Newsmax, OAN, Tucker Carlson. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what he has to say here. Let's see what he has to say. What the heck? What are you laughing at? What did Malzord do? Why did Malzord post the link to Twitch? Guys, what was that about? Why did you post the link to Twitch, Malzord? And why are you laughing at him, Dolly boy? All right, so let's see here. Let's see what he says.
Do I get mine?
Yeah.
I get mine from Newsmax, Fox News, and then I turn it on CNN, MSNBC to see what they're lying about.
Oh, okay. The winner goes to who we got here? We got a lot of people who the winner went to. We got here the winners go to the first one. Okay. Oh my God, we got a lot of winners. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Who else got a boop? People who said Doug gets a boop. Boop. In Your Groove gets a boop. Boop. Who else gets a boop here? Anyone else get a boop? We got probably a lot of boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Nightfall gets a boop. Boop. You got Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Guys, so many of you got it right. Mayflower gets a boop. Boop. If I already did. Newsmax. Okay, guys, so many, right? Meowsworth gets a boop. Boop. Come on. All right. Yeah, well done, guys. Well done. Don't you love the horror we live in? God, this is fantastic. Well done. You're newsmaxing so hard right now in Valid Axiom. Well done, everyone. This is fun. Can I, how dare you, Malzord? Okay, how dare you, Malzord, say that he's getting his news from me. Okay, how dare you?
Well, were you watching any news all summer?
I watched the news all summer long. Have you watched the news all summer?
No, but I guess we're...
Oh my God, it's such a childish thing. I watched the news all summer long. Have you? And then he runs away. Hilarious.
Both watching the news. One of us maybe was doing distracted, I guess, while the news was going on about Donald Trump trying to not release the Epstein files.
And what do you think the signature is?
I think it's our president.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say pubic hair.
Oh.
Congress left for the holidays without extending the benefits for health care.
Yeah,
and you feel that that'll eventually get sorted out?
The hospital has to take them anyway.
Right, but if they're not monitoring, say, their bodies and they find out they have advanced cancer because they never go to doctors, is that an issue?
Well, they're going to have a problem. They better go to the herbs or something.
Oh, my God.
They better go to the herbs?
Yeah, herbs will help heal bodies.
Things are getting a little...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay, yeah. Yep. Jesus Christ. Herbs will help heal bodies, dear God. It's so weird, like this weird New Age shit, the alternative medicine shit. I don't want to say New Age, but like all the weird alternative medicine crap out there. Like, okay, I don't know what herb she means. Now, if she means ganja, I kind of support that, except it won't help you with that, but Jesus. All right. God. Oh. Okay. Yeah, invalid action. Like, I don't know what this, yeah, exactly, Gwen. Like Gwen, I don't care, like, if you know it, like, if you use it for religious reasons and stuff, more power to you. But I highly recommend that you take the doctor's advice, and instead of skipping the doctor, like, if the doctor recommends you use something like that, hey, go ahead, right? But not, all right. Okay. Metzelga, I used to date a guy from India, okay? So, yeah, I know what the word ganja means, but that's also, well, it's also a word in the USA for marijuana, to be honest. Okay. Anyway, except in India, a lot of times people, I don't know why I'm telling you this, Meowzord, but a lot of times folks will mix tobacco with marijuana and like put them in like a little spliff or whatever. Anyway, not always, but I've seen that happen a lot more in India than here. Okay, I mean, I've never been to India, but I've heard that happens more in India. Okay. So anyway, yes. Okay, you know what? I shouldn't have told you that, Matchlock guy, but it's your birthday, so there. Okay. All right, let's continue.
Little heated here between two people yelling at each other. This guy says Donald Trump is Antichrist. This guy says America's great.
Yeah.
All right.
Jesus said to love one another.
What just happened there? What just happened there?
He's running his fucking mouth because he's stupid.
What was he saying?
He's against Trump, and it's all about Jesus. Well, he wants to preach Jesus, go to church. This is our greatest president ever, and this is what we stand for in America now. Joe Biden's out, our world's turning around, and we're doing good.
I didn't have insurance for...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is why, guys, I think lead is still in a lot of Americans' water supply because, dear God. No, you're right. So Gwen, who's a witch here, says burning herbs can be calming. Yeah, Gwen, I used to like using it. By the way, folks, I like the smell of it. I'm not saying it's like somehow, okay. Like essential oils, I like the smell of them. It kind of relaxes me. I don't think that the essential oils have anything in them that makes me feel that way. I just like the smell of them. And it can be kind of therapeutic to like have a nice smell. So I totally get that. Like, yeah, you can use herbs to, people like different things to relax, etc. Okay. All right.
20 years. You know, not everybody has it.
Right.
Literally in your groove. You're not wrong. And okay, let me be clear. Well, yeah, Alyssa, anyway, it doesn't matter. But yes, okay, so in your groove, you're absolutely right. Boomers were, okay, now I don't want to say this out loud, really. In Your Groove says boomers were brain damaged by leaded gasoline while children. They don't need lead now. So, guys, that's actually partially true. I hate to say this. There's a reason why gasoline is called unleaded gasoline, because up until, when was the year that they got rid of the lead in the gasoline? Up until really recently, there was lead in gasoline. And when we got the lead out of the gasoline, I'm not joking, there was a sudden massive nationwide decrease in crime because the lead was literally damaging people's brains everywhere. There was also lead, yes, Oxpecker, lead used as paint. And I think millennials are the first I could be wrong here. It might be a Gen X are the first generation that did not grow up in a there is invalid axiom that did not grow up in a society full of lead. It could be Gen X or I can't remember millennials. But there are theories out there that state that one of the reasons why a lot of boomers do think in certain ways is because they have some they have some lead toxicity. Now, I am not I don't know if I fully I don't know if I fully like that explanation. Like because boomers are human beings. You know, I have a father who's a boomer who definitely isn't that way. And it doesn't like make you one political way or another. Like in theory, if you were a brain damaged liberal, maybe you probably aren't going to go support Trump anyway. But there is that theory that there's some generational differences because of lead poisoning. Okay. Yeah. Right. So anyway, that's just a side note there. And what was the year that happened? Yeah, exactly. There you go. You phrased it better than I did. It does have some impact, but trying to quantify it is a fool's errand. Yeah. I read Fetty Spaghetti. You didn't. I said it. I mean, you didn't. You said it. I didn't say it. But there are some and that is still debated. That is, LaCroix. Thank you, Gwen. It was 1987. Okay, if you were born after 1987, you have much less blood. I mean, blood. You have much less lead in your body than anyone born between 87. And obviously, if you were only a few years before 87, you probably still have very little lead. But people who lived in a very leady society. By the way, this is also divided by economic class and race, because people who lived in places that were dirtier or had more lead in the environment, so like low income areas, were more exposed to lead. So wealthier folks were not, but there was a lot of lead and shit. And I got to tell you folks, you got to be careful. If anyone here has inherited, I know I'm going off on a side tangent. If anyone here has inherited plates, cups, bowls, anything from like your grandparents that have bright colors on them, all right, be careful about using those things, because there are a lot of dishes and shit that have lead paint in them or have lead in them, and you can typically tell because they have bright colors on them. And people will keep these things as heirlooms and not realize that you shouldn't use them because there's lead in it. Okay, let me show you an example here. And I say this, guys, because I cannot tell you the number of times I've been over at someone's house, and because they hear that I know history and they pull out some dishes or they pull out some thing they inherited to show me and to tell me, for me to tell them that it's like something to tell them like if it's worth something or whatever, and it ends up being something with lead in it and they've been using it and they don't know. It's happened to me 3 times. I know that sounds weird. It's like, that happens to you? Yeah. It's happened like 3 different times to me. Let me show you here an example. Lead glasses images. No, not lead. Okay. Let's see here. Drinking glasses, lead paint. So like if you have, okay, glasses like this, you see this shit? A lot of people have glasses like this. If it's a really old glass from before 1987 and it still has these bright colors on it, all right? If it still has these bright colors on it, and even if it's like as simple of a thing as like Kermit the Frog or Star Wars, and it still has bright colors on it, it might have lead, okay? And it probably has lead, all right? I'm just saying, don't use that shit, okay? Don't. Like, a lot of people have glasses like this, and they don't realize that it has lead in it. Anyway, so just be careful. There's other things like this, too. I don't want to go through all of them now, but just be careful about things you inherit, okay? Elevator lady, like, it depends. Lots of times thrift shops will put warnings to be like, this has lead in it. I don't know. I haven't often seen where they don't put warnings on it, but I don't know. I totally get it, Gwen. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, guys. You can like buy things to test, and not everything from back then does have lead in it, but you can buy like liquids to test lead for lead. Okay. I know I got to tell you folks, when I was younger, my father had lead toy soldiers that he played with as a kid. And he anyway, he had played with lead toy soldiers, and he actually gave them to me to play with. And I didn't play with them very much, but looking back, I'm like, oops, probably shouldn't have played with those lead toy soldiers. Explains why I sometimes, forget my words mid-sentence or like say things wrong. Anyway, okay. No. I will say I don't do appraisals is the game on. I don't do appraisals. I'm not like an antique person, but I can kind of tell by looking at something the year it was made and shit. That's about it. All right. Anyway, I know. Okay. Anyway, so moving on. You have to get a lot of lead for it to be to do like real bad damage to you. Okay, moving on. Let's finish watching this. Forgive me. Speaking of lead, God, see how distracted I am.
So some people though might get sick and die in that time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mayflower Kid, you're evil. Mayflower Kid says, makes sense. CR sucking on lead soldiers. Mayflower Kid, I swear to God, Mayflower Kid, I swear.
So but you don't think that people should be helped to all have health insurance?
They should be helped, and it will be helped.
When?
I don't know.
They put up Donald Trump's name on the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think Trump's the one that's revitalized it and brought it back.
Don't laugh,
to where it is.
Drusilla.
If his name's on there, so be it.
It was called the Kennedy Memorial Center, and now Donald Trump's got his name on it. It was in memory of...
Okay, honestly, this is kind of a lived-up question. I really don't care. Guys, I know. Yeah, it's very weird, authoritarian, and like strong man of Trump to change the name of the Kennedy Center, but it seems like kind of a small thing compared to everything else happening. I know a lot of libs out there are constantly like, oh my God, look, he changed the name. He changed the name of the Kennedy Center. I'm like, okay, yeah, because he's an idiot and he's a monster, but I really don't care. I really don't care. Like, of all the things he's done, who the fuck cares? If there's another president, they can just change it back. It's not like, okay, anyway, I know. It's whatever.
JFK, president who was assassinated, and then Donald Trump's name's over it. Is that a little odd to you?
Mm-hmm.
Not really, considering he's the one that's revitalizing it, putting new life back.
Yeah, just rip it off after he's gone. And like liberals are like, I don't want to go to war against liberals again, but I'm just like, who gives a fuck? Like, we just bombed a children's school. People are losing access to health care, and like all these liberals, like, anyway. He took the name off the Kennedy Center. Ah! Like, does anyone even know what the Kennedy Center is? Like, who the fuck cares? Okay, I know what it is. I'm just saying. It's just like, who cares?
Into it.
But usually if people get like a memorial or something, they put their names are put on buildings like after they leave office.
Yeah, but Gwen, I don't care. Like, I get it, Gwen. Like, so Gwen says he wants to tear the Kennedy down and it might be rebuilt. It might be closed for 2 years. I really don't give a shit. The Kennedy Center, like, what does it do? Like, I know the answer to that, but it's not like affecting anyone's material conditions. It's sort of a symbolic thing. It doesn't do anything. Like, I just don't care. It's okay. Yeah, it's annoying that he's wasting our money on this shit. But like in the grand scheme of things, it's such a tiny thing. Okay. No, honestly, Gwen, I also don't really care about that, right? The tearing down the East Wing. Honestly, guys, I don't care. I just don't like, okay. Yeah. I'm a historian. I'm like, oh God, yeah, you're destroying this thing, but okay. I know, but it just seems so small compared to a lot of the other things, all right? And I get it. I know, Gwen, that's okay. That's okay. It's not like I like it. It's just that it's so small compared to other things, all right? It just seems weird to obsess, and forgive me, but like obsessing about that, I hope the people that are obsessing about that are are also obsessing about the murder of children in Iran, are also obsessing about the giving of money to Gaza, to Israel, are also obsessing about ICE putting people in concentration camps, are also obsessing about the Epstein files. I just hope that they are not spending an inordinate amount of time focusing on the Kennedy Center's name was changed. Okay, anyway, Gwen, yeah, I understand that, Gwen. I want to be clear, okay?
Kind of the one doing it. Does that not seem a little odd?
No.
No?
Trump's just cut from a different cloth than everybody else, and I love it.
Would you like to see Donald Trump run for president in 2028?
Yes, I sure would.
Even though it's against the Constitution?
I sure would like him to run again. I think he's doing an awesome job.
But elevator lady, you just like stoking me, don't you? Like stoking my anger, don't you?
It's against the Constitution.
Wow, I think he's doing a good job.
But are you a fan of the Constitution? All right, there you have it.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say at this point that some shit is going down in this country. A lot of shit going down in this country. Yes, Invalid Action, you are the Joker poker. Okay, I know. Now, guys, I will say this. Not to torture you, but that was a very short video. I have a second one lined up for you. I don't know if it'll be better words. This is also The Good Liars. This is from, I think, yesterday. Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. You get a boop. Boop. Good boy. This is from 7 days ago. And this is a Maha conference. So, all right. So we just watched some of the idiocracy already happening. Isn't it, guys? You know, guys, there's no place I would rather be than watching and jesting about the fall of the American empire with all of you here right now. Okay? You know, at the start of the American Civil War, there was a battle called the Battle of Bull Run. And it was like the first big battle between the Confederacy and the Union. And what's funny about this is that Americans were not used to these open battles because it had been a long time since you fought a war. So people from both sides, both the Confederacy and the Union, actually brought their families to the battle site, and they set up and they started picnicking. Correct, Doug. They started picnicking on this hill overlooking the battle site. They brought their kids. They brought baskets full of food. And the whole thought was, oh, this is going to be quick little war. We're going to watch the Union or the Confederacy crush the other side. It'll be a quick routing. War is cool and awesome. This will be fun. And obviously, as soon as the battle started and they witnessed people's arms getting blown off, heads exploding. I'm not joking. This happened. People getting shot and killed, blood splattering. I'm not trying to be overly gross here, but that's what war is. They pretty quickly abandoned that hill and traumatized their children pretty greatly. But that's how kind of I feel right now. My point is correct, Gwen. That's kind of how I feel right now. I kind of feel like we're the picnickers on the hill during Bull Run, except we're not stupid about it like they were. But anyway, guys, I feel like we're reliving the Battle of Bull Run. We're picnicking up on this hill. We're doing it kind of comedically, though, like we know what we're doing, not like those people. But anyway, I don't know. That's a bad comparison. It's like I'm saying we're idiots. We're not. Okay, I love you all. You're all fine. I mean, a few of you could be a bit better, but correct, Dolly Boy. We're picnicking for the fun of the game, right? And I'm just dressed like a jester. So if I were alive at that time, I totally would have gone to that picnic dressed as a jester. Anyway, yeah, you guys can't escape the carnage. You're seeing it every day. All right, let's continue. Let's watch this. So this is the Maha conference. For those who don't know what Maha is, it means Make America Healthy Again. This is this like pseudoscientific, weird, batshit crazy Trump movement to try and make America healthy again, kind of pushed by JFK Jr., JFK Jr. and all them loonies. Okay, so let's see what kind of pseudoscientific nonsense they promote.
So are you pro-vaccine or anti-vaccine?
Oh, no, I can't. I can't handle this right now. I can't handle this. Did she say, I'm sorry, did she say anti-vaccine?
Are you pro-vaccine or anti-vaccine?
I'm anti-vaccine.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. I know this is going to be triggering. Guys. Okay. I hope I don't have to tell anyone here this, But if you mistrust vaccines, read a history book. You know, just read a history book. You will suddenly be very appreciative of vaccines, okay? Very appreciative of vaccines. Just read a history book. Let's see what it was like to live when there weren't vaccines, okay? Let's see. I'd love for you to read about that. You know, and I've made this argument before, guys. I've made an argument, yeah, I mean, I've made an argument about this before. This sounds really dark, but I got to be honest with you. Clearly, obviously, for example, guys, vaccines don't cause autism. Obviously. I want to make that very clear. There was an article by a doctor that said that. It later got retracted, and he ended up getting fired, I believe, or lost his medical license because it was a bad study and it caused so much damage. Okay, so let me quickly say something, though, that'll be dark. Let's say it was true that vaccines cause autism. They don't. But I got to be honest with you. If vaccines caused autism, I don't care. I would still want vaccines. Because, okay, listen. Because if you look at the damage caused by a few people getting autism versus the damage of people not getting vaccines, I'm going to choose the autism every time. All right? So the whole argument for a lot of these vaccine things, like they do harm or whatever, this bullshit, even if they do harm, which they don't, okay? Even if they did do harm, that harm would be so little compared to the harm of not taking the vaccines, okay? Exactly, Mayflower Kid. They don't cause vaccine. They don't cause autism. I want to be very clear about that, all right? But do you see what I mean? Like, that's why I never understood that argument. Like, even if it had been true, which is not, okay. All right. I know that's dark. Yeah, there you go, Mayflower Kid. All right.
We are here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for a MAHA conference called Healthy America 2026. Now, if you know anything about MAHA, it's RFK Jr.'s favorite movement.
Honestly, we could probably use some more people that were neurodivergent with autism, right? Come on.
It's filled with
I know, LaQual, the autism... Oh, my God, don't talk about Autism Speaks. Autism Speaks is a hate organization, LaQual. You know this, LaQual, but oh, my God. There are a lot of, like, autism organizations that are literally just hate organizations. First of all, people who are on the spectrum, okay, they're awesome. Like, a lot of our society wouldn't exist without them. They're the ones that do all, like, a lot of the smart stuff. Okay, I'm overgeneralizing here. But, like, yeah, okay. Don't listen to Autism Speaks. They are hate. They are full of hate. They are a hate organization.
Anti-vaccine beliefs and alternative science.
There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
In 2026, measles infections will reach
awesome.
a 30-year high, and the United States is likely to lose its measles elimination status.
Measles cases have been skyrocketing since last year. A huge spike, 2,240 cases.
Oh, my God.
We are outside Pittsburgh heading to Cannonsburg, and right now it is -6 degrees outside. It's very cold. We were heading to...
Honestly, I kind of wish vaccines did autism, because then we would have a lot more people with autism, which would be pretty awesome. Just a note.
Healthy America 2026 conference, part of the MAHA movement. You can see my breath in the air in the car. Do you know who I talked to about checking in?
Oh, they'll be here soon.
Okay.
It starts at 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay, great, good. I didn't miss anything.
No.
Right.
There's a big room back there.
Oh, no. What are they going to do? Oh, you did, Retro Asher? There's a bot in the server. There's a bot in the Discord server. Thank you for telling me, Retro Asher.
Not in it.
Jason, what's the website, though? What's the website for this?
For Healthy America 2026?
Yeah.
The website is Healthy America 2025. So they didn't buy a new domain.
I got messages too, Retro.
Yeah, they are not necessarily rushing into the future here, it seems like.
Yes, 1, 2. Yeah, doesn't appear to be picking up.
So if
All
this
right.
conference and the Maha movement is anti-vaccine...
Okay, I'll deal with that in a
and
second.
Measles
I'll deal with that in a second. Thank you, Retro Rasher, for telling me.
cases are rising, what alternative things do they have to keep America healthy? Well, we're going to do our own research and find out. Explain to me what this is going to do.
It's going to help your brain
Okay.
repair itself, refresh itself. It improves blood flow.
Okay. How many people are...
So she's gonna, what? She has a machine that'll help his brain repair itself and improve its blood flow? I suspect that is not true. I suspect that is... I real suspect there that this is a bunch of quack bullshit science that isn't even science. Okay. And I would, by the way, keep whatever thing she's going to do to him like 1,000 feet away from me at all times. Yeah, modern day snake oil merchant. Let's see. Okay.
You're zapping me right now. You're zapping me?
I'll zap you.
And you're zapping me too? I should know before we do this.
What? I'm sorry. They were zapping him? What kind of bullshit nonsense? What is this? What kind of clown show is this? What?
Zapping me right now. You're zapping me?
I'll zap you.
And you're zapping me too? I should know before we do this what is happening to me right now.
So this is red light therapy.
Okay.
Have you ever tried it?
Never.
Okay.
We're going to measure how your brain looks right now.
Okay.
And give you kind of a quick brain map and assessment. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
This is the front, so you're going to put the front on first.
Okay.
Just above your eyebrows, like.
Oh, Doug, I know electroconvulsive therapy is real. So is magnetic, what is it called? Electromagnetic therapy. I forget what it's called. Where you put, but whatever they're going to be selling isn't going to be true. I can probably guarantee you that.
So, and you're going to pull the whole thing over. Make sure your ears come out of these ear holes, and then you strap this piece in underneath.
Okay.
Give that a try.
You don't have headlights or anything, do you?
No.
Okay. Did that last guy?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What the hell is happening?
Okay, so how do I put it?
Thank you, TMS Mayflower Kid.
You put it on me?
But even that Mayflower Kid kind of has mixed results, right? I mean, that's I've heard it's good, but
I'll put it. You don't have to move.
Yeah.
Let me. Just help me by holding this.
Okay.
But please, I'm not going to allow you to use this simply because it goes in the nose. It's not hygienic.
Oh, okay.
You see the light coming through here?
What is
What if
this
I just
shit?
snuck a little?
No, don't.
Okay.
Do you want to give your brain a good workout or not?
I want to, yeah, the best workout I can.
Okay.
Wait. She's giving
You're
his
my
brain.
tallest person, so
She's giving his brain a workout. Wait, what? I'm sorry. I am deeply confused. I'm having trouble following this. What light therapy? What light therapy? What the hell is light therapy? I mean, I know what like light therapy is if you have seasonal affective disorder, but what the fuck are they talking about?
Oh,
I'm
okay,
just gonna try
great.
not to knock you. You know what I mean?
Appreciate. Oh, you knocked me.
Sorry.
So how long am I doing this?
You're doing it 1 minute red.
Okay.
Wait a minute. They're literally. I'm sorry. I'm very confused. They're literally just putting lights on his head. What? Okay. All right.
Near infrared.
Okay. It's bright, huh?
Yeah, just close your eyes. Be comfortable. Do you need to move forward? Are you?
I'm good.
Okay.
No, it's very bright. It's a
You're
little.
moving in the light.
It's a little warm in too, as well, right?
We're going to need you to hold still and not talk for a couple minutes.
I'm sorry. What the hell is? I'm sorry, guys. I'm so confused. What the hell is this?
Do people usually talk during these?
They're usually told not to. Because you just have to kind of be quiet.
Oh, right.
Duration of the measurement, because otherwise it creates noise.
Got it.
Kennedy fired and replaced all 17 members of a key CDC vaccine advisory panel.
Well, they had all sorts of tricks. Did you know that when you got your COVID vaccine, that you didn't get a vaccine from Pfizer or Moderna? Do you know who you got it from? The U.S. military.
Because a lot of.
Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Okay.
People here are saying don't take vaccines.
Oh.
So, but there's also like measles is coming back. Yeah.
Right, Sylvie, what brainwaves are there to measure, to be honest?
I will take every shot.
Oh, you will take every shot.
I have, because...
But you know,
You're right,
most of the
Louise.
speakers here are saying don't take the vaccines.
But have you seen a child with measles?
Yeah.
It is horrific. They can grow up.
You know what? Props to her. She's like, yeah, you should take your vaccines. Now, listen, remember how I said a lot of times these sort of conservative ideas are very much based off aesthetics, based off emotion? She is saying that she believes in vaccines because she's seen a child with measles and she thought it was horrific. You see what I mean? Like, a lot of these people have to be directly affected before they start feeling anything about it. Now, I don't know if she felt that way before and it changed her mind, but okay.
Blind, you know.
Right.
One vaccine can save their life. You know what I mean? Why would you want to have a perfect baby?
Have you ever mentioned that to the people here?
I keep my opinions to myself because
Oh, okay.
I'm not a...
Because a lot of people, because a lot of people here are saying don't take that. And measles is coming back.
Everybody's entitled to that one.
Right.
Personally, I do, because I'm from a very scientific background.
Okay. Do you think that some of the people like lack science knowledge here?
No, I don't know. I don't know them well enough. But
Dr. Casey Means, a wellness influencer with no government experience or active physician's license, settled in for tough questions from lawmakers about being the country's next Surgeon General.
So we're spraying stuff in the air right now. We don't really know what it is. By the way, there was a FOIA. I think ICANN did it. And they discovered there's a little wing in the Air Force that's dedicated to spraying chemicals in the sky.
Oh my God, they have the chemtrails people here, guys. I know, Addison, right? He's a chemtrail person, isn't he? Isn't he saying that the U.S. military is spraying chemicals in the air? Oh, wow. So, okay, we're coming full circle here. Here we got Jesus, they got the chemtrail peoples here. This is fun. Wow, are the flat earthers here too? Are the flat earthers here too? Are the Atlanteans here? Or the goddamn, okay. Are the ancient alien people here too? Ooh. Okay, right. Yeah, you're right. Technically valid. Actually, they are chemtrails, right? That's fair because it's H2O. Oh, wow. Okay, all right. Very scientific. That thing looks silly.
I'm not going to lose my hair. You know, my hair is my life. Okay.
Oh yeah, Lacroix. The next Surgeon General, I forget his. I think it's who I think it is. Isn't really fully trained as a doctor, as I recall. Am I right about that, guys? As I recall, the current Surgeon General wasn't really trained as a doctor. I can't quite remember, but they're definitely not They shouldn't be the Surgeon General. And the head of the CDC, I think it is. I forget who it is. The woman. She's a doctor, but she never completed her something. Yeah, they're putting all these people that shouldn't be in these positions. Okay. Light therapy, LED doesn't help synthesize vitamin D, by the way. Gotcha. Thank you, Dolly Boy, so much. Would you say generally, that's correct in valid axiom. He's not a surgeon, definitely not classified as one. Although a lot of surgeon generals aren't surgeons, but they are at least medical specialists. I don't think the current guy is. I'd have to look it up. I get it mixed up, guys. There's so many non-experts in these fields right now. It's kind of like, pick one. I can't remember who's who. They haven't executed Fauci yet, Gwen. One of the last professionals in the government. Right. There you go. Lacroix. Up is down. Cats or dogs. Fuck have subject matter experts and important. Exactly, Lacroix. All right. Yeah, he's the surgeon of philosophy. There you go. Okay.
What was that?
That's just the instruction video.
Oh, okay.
Because you get a lot of noise, so I'm going to ask you to, again, not move.
Sorry.
I wouldn't be doing that without having gone through a fair bit of evidence and believing that I could do something with the dude, including there's a great photograph that's just going around on social media.
Were there bikers in there? I mean, there's nothing wrong with bikers, but it was just kind of odd.
Of course, we have to double check everything, make sure it's not AI at this point. But of a military helicopter spraying, I don't know what, but they were clearly spraying something.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. told the CDC to change certain language about autism on its website. So he asked the CDC to move away from its previous guidance.
Guys, can we just talk about the hilarity of the fact that this man had a brainworm and literally can't talk? And I don't know if it's fully because of the brain worm. I don't care. I know I'm doing some ableism here, but like the head of whatever, the health thing, like he's just utterly like can't even speak. And there's nothing wrong with that. People have verbal things, but it's just really funny coming from him when he's spouting a bunch of lunatic nonsense and like he can barely put his words together. And like it's just, yeah, that worm died of starvation. Absolutely. There wasn't much left up there. Guys, remember how he bragged about dumping bragged about dumping a bear cub in Central Park because he and his friends found a dead bear cub and they thought it would be funny to take the corpse and drop it in Central Park. He bragged about that. He's like, yeah, we thought it'd be funny, so we dropped off a dead bear cub in Central Park, and the media was all over it, and like the newspapers were talking about it, and they didn't know that it was me and my friends. Remember that? Do you remember that? Okay, like real kind of yeah, and he literally openly said that I used to snort cocaine from a toilet seat. I used to snort cocaine from a toilet seat. Like, oh, whoa, okay, Jesus Christ, gee, all right, I can tell. Yeah, the poor worm. I feel bad for that worm. That parasite was literally just trying to survive. Like that parasite was just a species of worm trying to survive. And unfortunately, it happened to go into the brain where there wasn't enough food for it, because not enough up there. But okay. Yeah, thank you, Outer Signal. That's a better way of framing it. Y'all picked the worst possible option for Secretary of Health, Twilight Zone. Oh, yeah, I know. Invalid Axiom. Wait, which was the real parasite in this situation? Good question, Invalid Axiom. And okay, anyway, all right.
That vaccines do not cause autism.
So we're even seeing exciting things with things like autism. We have a man regularly coming in with his worker, and his mom has sent video testimonial of how he used to follow her around the house. He used to follow her around the house, very anxious, antsy, look at her. He's now able to sit, get himself a snack from the fridge, sit down, be content. She's able to get tasks done. Okay, his worker brings him in, he shares.
So it's like curing the autism?
Not curing.
Okay. I don't mind the hotel beds.
Okay. Do we remember okay, I'm sorry. So she's saying that doing that helped autism, but didn't, I don't know. Who knows? Regardless, do you guys remember the videos that the fake videos people were posting during COVID of people having bad reactions to the COVID vaccine, and they'd be like, I'm shaking. Do you remember that shit? Do you remember that crap? That that kind of what she's talking about kind of reminds me of that. Like these fake, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm losing my mind. Lurking snow leopard. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh.
You just can't stay at a flea bag motel. You just got to stay someplace like a Hampton Inn's usually fine.
Yeah, LaCroix.
Stop. Oh, sorry. Yeah, stop talking.
Yeah, Shiv.
Think about how quickly people were rounded up and put in jail on J6. Compare and contrast that to the people who are doing what they're doing up in Minnesota, and we can't seem to arrest anybody.
Okay, he's not even a good speaker. It'd be one thing if he could speak, but if I were grading him right now in a speech class, he'd probably get 75 or so. He's just talking like this, there's chemtrails everywhere, and why didn't they arrest the Jan 6ers sooner? And why didn't they arrest the people from Minnesota? It's speak up! Speak up! We can't hear you in the back. Speak up. Jesus Christ, if you're going to say something crazy, at least let us hear you in the back. I would up your grade a little bit. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. All right. And why is he weird? Okay. I don't know. At least he's not looking down at a piece of paper, I guess.
The ringleaders, or the alleged ringleaders behind J6 were arrested and rounded up in minutes.
What is this called?
The ball bike.
Ball bike?
Yeah.
It's because you're sitting on a ball.
Congrats, you just got your first brain map.
All right.
All right, let's take that silly looking thing off your head.
Okay. So should I be feeling?
No, you don't feel anything.
Oh, I don't feel
Tell
it.
you it's
Okay.
nothing.
It's nothing.
Jesus. Yeah, Red
So,
Asher.
do you ever feel that it's difficult for you to pay attention to a single thing for a prolonged amount of time? Like stay focused on something?
What is this? I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Is what hard?
Staying focused on something for a long period of time.
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, let's talk turkey. Let's talk turkey. How much does one of these cost?
So the helmet we're often selling to clinics and offices where they have massage therapists. People are utilizing it.
Right.
Those start at $6,500.
65.
There it is. $6,500 for one of this complete bullshit. There's the snake oil sales part of it.
500.
$6,500.
Okay. Let's talk turkey. How much does one of these cost?
This is 2,400.
2,400. Let's talk
There we
turkey
go.
here.
Sure.
How much does this cost?
So, a clinic can subscribe to our platform for as cheap as $110 a month.
$1,300 for the ultimate.
Okay.
If you want the 10.
Now, I will say, guys, what's weird about that one guy who's doing the brain mapping, you do have to do that when you do TMS therapy, where you do transcranial magnetic stimulation, which is a real thing. You have to map the brain to find out where to put the electrodes. I don't know if that's what that is, but that might be something, but I don't know what I can't really tell what his point is, like why he's selling it. You do need to do some brain mapping, but I doubt that's it.
50, which we recommend.
I have a little bit of a headache now. I'm not gonna lie.
you?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on all the measles outbreaks that are happening now? Do you think they're preventable?
I think that mass vaccination could improve the amount of hospitalization, could reduce the amount of hospitalization.
Okay, well, that's good.
Once we reach herd immunity in terms of measles and mumps, and we've seen this before.
Yeah.
The relaxation of vaccination policies, unfortunately, kind of reverted some of that, and you see the increase.
So not everyone here is completely batshit crazy. Even some of the snake oil salesmen know what's up.
A problem that we've already kind of solved back in the 90s.
Does it worry you that a lot of people here are anti-vax and have
I think, look,
been very outspoken?
Yeah.
And now measles is rising all over the country.
Sure. Yeah, it worries me, to be honest with you.
For misleading.
Then why are you there?
Well, how are you? I talked to Doug. I need to talk to Doug immediately.
So the time inside was cut short there because some of the staff there got very angry that we were filming in there, and they came up and I don't want to say threatened, but they were not nice, but they were very respectful.
So my goal is to help you.
Oh wait,
I appreciate that.
But I just need to make sure that we have respective boundaries to it so that everybody wins.
6 big dudes.
6 big dudes, kind of like.
Okay, we get the idea here, guys. Jesus Christ. I'm going to put my face up for a second, folks. Oh, my God. I don't even... All right. Jesus. All right. That's good. Okay. You know what it reminds me of? So, back in, like, the 19th centuries, 18th centuries, there would be people who would sell medicine for like tuberculosis, for the flu and shit like that. And it would become in these little glass bottles. And and they claimed it was medicine, and it was very popular at the time. You know what was in it? Basically alcohol. It was basically just pure alcohol. So you would certainly feel a lot better. It wasn't snake oil, Dolly Boy, but in this case, it was literally alcohol. So they would literally just get you drunk and then and you would feel better because you were wasted. And then they'd be, look, it cured you. You feel better. Yeah, you're just completely wasted. All right. Okay, so anyway, so real fast, guys. I got to, hey, that's better. I guess it's, I got to go. I'm really got to pee. That's why I'm moving around a whole bunch. Okay, I'll be right back. I got to go pee. Stay around, and I'll hand out, I will hand out boops when I get back. Okay, so stay around if you want to boop. If you want to boop, stay around. And then, of course, we have other things to do. Yeah, same thing with Coca-Cola. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go pee. Be good. Hi, folks. Hi, I'm back. No worries, I'm back. So I am very kind of hot, like literally like kind of hot. So I'm taking off forgive me, I'm taking off the hat and collar just for a bit while I cool down. All right, because now that I have my electricity back, I may have put the heat on too high as compensation. Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy. As compensation for the fact that I was very cold previously. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay. So I know I'm sorry, I'm hot. Okay, I need to take off the hat for a bit. Okay. So, what the fuck? Oh yeah, let me hand out some boops, guys. All right, guys. So you've all been pretty good today. Okay, sure. You want to give the mic back to Charlie Kirk? Here you go. Why is Charlie Kirk so rude all the time? Dear God, never wants to respond. Anyway, so let's see here. What do we got here? What do we got here? Yes, Drusilla, we're going to, okay, right after this. I actually remembered that. So let's see. Anyone who wants a boop? I'm going to start handing out boops. Shiv, you get a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. TJ gets a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Elevator lady, you get a boop. Boop. Oh, hello, Jonas. Hello, Jonas. Thank you, Marzipan. I'll take a drink. Marzipan, you get a boop. Boop. I need to add more things on Twitch for you guys to use your points on, because I know a lot of you have a lot of points. Thank you. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Macon gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? As a reminder, folks, we have boops, bromps, and bonks. I think I said boink yesterday, which isn't real. But, you know, a boop is a good thing. I don't think I've had to hand out any bromps or bonks today. I'm very proud of you guys. You've been behaving very well. Mayflower Kid, I reluctantly give you a boop, Mayflower Kid. Boop. I had to yell at everyone in the server yesterday. And then I was accused of being biphobic, okay? Macon gets a boop. Boop. Who else? Retro Asher gets a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? You booped Shiv a bit hard. You know what, Drusilla? Boop to you. Boop. Just because I'm overly nice. Louise, you get a boop. Boop. How dare you tell me? Okay. LaQual gets a boop. Boop. Loki, Lurking Snow Leopard, you get a boop. I think that's against the law, though. You can't really boop a snow leopard. They're very endangered. But I will boop you anyway, Lurking Snow Leopard. Boop. Did I miss anything? You know, screw you, Dolly Boy. Okay. Anyone else want a boop that I missed for a boop? Anyone else dying for a boop? Dan Steely, you get a boop. Boop. Okay. Is that true, Lurking Snow Leopard? Dear God. Oh my God, Gwen, I would literally pay you for that, Gwen. So guys, I've been trying to find a full Jester outfit, because I would love to have like a full, beautiful Jester outfit. And I would also like a better Jester hat. These Jester hats are cheap as fuck. This is the second one I've had to buy for the stream. All right. Many of you may not have noticed, but this is actually the second one I've had, and they're the same, but the first one fell apart so quickly because of how much I wear it that I had to buy a new one. And this is my third staff because I use this shit so often. You see, and it's falling apart because they're like shitty. And I really need to find a real nice Jester hat. I know, I should. You know what? I could do that, Jonas. I could literally start a goal for us to raise enough money for me to get a full Jester outfit. Okay, but at least that's true. Look, well, I can. Yeah, and there are a bunch of really good ones on Etsy that I saw, but those ones, they're super expensive because they're so good. So I'm gonna try and I knew you had two because your dad was wearing one. Yes, and then I actually bought a new one. I know, HGMS. I bought a new one, but then I didn't like it. So I have it, but I just never like it. Okay, I'll show you. Here's the other one I got. And then I just didn't return it because it would have been a lot of effort, but it just isn't great. It just isn't a great one. I just don't like it. You know, it just doesn't do it. So anyway, I have like Jester shit everywhere, but I need to find like a really high quality one. Okay. I agree with you guys. Maybe we could start. I would love to do a Dark Brotherhood Jester fit. Okay. I am part of the, I love that. Okay. Anyway, I would, yeah, maybe we could do something like I could start a donation target for the purchase of like an official, really cool Jester outfit, and then I could wear them to protests. That'd be kind of fun. You know what I really want to do? I would have to figure out how to do this. I would love to wear a Jester outfit to a MAGA protest, and then like go jest the MAGAs. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be really fun if I just went to like a MAGA protest and like jested them. That'd be kind of fun. Or or like some sort of MAGA thing. That'd be kind of good. Or just to a regular protest, which I could do that also. Anyway, but you guys know I've gone to a protest once before and I've live streamed it. For those who have been in here a while, you remember that probably. I am hoping to do that again soon. So Matt Saigai, thank you, Matt Saigai, so much for that contribution, really. Okay. So I'll figure that out. It's just something I've been looking at, trying to get better Jester stuff going on here. All right. Gwen says, thought using satin pillowcases would be a cheaper way to go. I'd need to know what colors at some point. Okay, sure, Gwen, we can do that. I can do that. I would love that. Yes, someone else, by the way, guys, I do have a PO box. I have you can get like an address that is not your actual address, and then it'll forward stuff to you from that address. So thank you, Malzard, for the Jester Fund. If anyone does want to send me something, let me know. If you join our Discord, send me a personal message. I will then give you the address. I just don't want to put it out in public so that everyone starts sending that random people start sending me shit to my shadow address, I guess. Okay. So if elevator lady, if you want to send me something, you can send it to the shadow address. Okay. And I will give it to you if you go to my private chat. Okay. Mayflower Kid sent me something. Malzard sent me something. People have sent me stuff before. I love Cicero. I know, Oxpecker. Oh my God. I love Cicero from Skyrim. All right. So, what do you see here? What did Shiv say? What did Shiv say? Oh, I've seen it in front of me. Okay, gotcha. So anyway, just something to think about. If you do want to send me stuff, I accept people sending me shit. Please don't send me anthrax, please. I would prefer not. If we prefer to not get anthrax, all right. That'd be very nice if you didn't send me anthrax. Just let me know in advance if you do send me something after you message me. Well, I guess I'll ask you anyway. Okay, so what was I gonna say? Okay. So, let's go on. Hey, I could use that, Sir Bartholomew. You know it. Doug says, send cholera blankets. Oh, that's dark, Doug. True. All right. Yeah, you're right, Doug. So, guys, not this weekend, but next weekend is another, I know, don't worry. I'm already on a government list. I'm okay with making these jokes. Sure, Matt Sly, why not? That shit's expensive. Moving on. Yes, so not this weekend, but next weekend, I think, is the third No Kings protest. I will say, I think next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend, I'm actually going to be getting surgery. Yeah, there is. So there might be a weekend here coming up. There might be I know it's a joke. Okay. There might be a weekend coming up here where I, won't be able to, stream because I might be getting surgery on my mouth. All right. It's the third. So it's not, it's the third. So it's quite a while from now. It's actually it's 3 weeks. No, it isn't. It's not. It's after next week. Okay. Yeah. I got it. Okay. I was looking at the wrong date. All right. So, all right, you guys. Norovirus Dino Doug. Mayflower Kid, you've heard of that, right? You do know you're not really joking, right, Mayflower Kid? Guys, I don't know if you heard about this. There was a whole ring of people for a while. Oh, it's 328? I'd have to look. It's 328. Gotcha. Okay, 328 is the protest. I forgot that tomorrow is St. Patty's Day. Oh, whatever. Who cares? Okay. So there was a whole, when the anti-vaccine shit started happening, it's Snow Leopard. When the anti-vaccine thing started, there was a bunch of people, anti-vax, I think they were mothers. They were mainly mothers who started this program. They didn't want to give their kids vaccines. So they literally took these lollipops and if their kids, if their kids got like chicken pox or something, they would give their kid the lollipop, have them lick it, and then they would put it in a box and send it to another family who had a kid who wasn't being vaccinated to sort of naturally give immunity to this. So they would literally they were spreading you can look it up. They were literally purposely spreading around diseases across the country in an effort to give natural immunity to their kids and shit. And guess what? Well, I don't know about you. That should be illegal. And guess what? It was. And they literally were found guilty of bioterrorism. I think it was bioterrorism. They were charged with bioterrorism because, guys, you cannot purposely, it is a felony. You cannot purposely spread infected material through the mail, right? You can't send out goddamn, I know, I totally agree, Alyssa Love Festival, right? Insane. You literally can't do that, okay? Obviously. It's so stupid. I can't, all right. And luckily, this was the before times when we still had a shitty country, but there were still laws being enforced, like that one. Okay, so a lot of them got found guilty. I don't know if they ended up getting put in prison because they were kind of ignorant. I don't know. But like the height of stupidity, do not purposely send infected material through the mail. Okay, that is just dumb. I don't know how else to phrase that. Okay, and it's also just really, how do you know that what the lollipop you're being sent hasn't been poisoned or some shit? Like, what are we doing? Okay. Anyway, Gwen, when I was a kid, there would be a chicken party. Yeah. And that's, that's a bit different, right? That's a bit different. Having a chicken pox party, etc. I get that. There used to be these sort of parties. I don't even know if it was chicken pox that they were sending. It isn't. It is not, Gwen. I don't know if it's like chicken pox parties I don't know if they were sending chicken pox. They were sending something in the mail that was infected. Maybe it was the flu. I can't remember. Yeah. And chicken pox parties are a bit different, I think. They'll get cyanide immunity if all the lollipops are poisoned, right? Okay. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt Saiga. You say I look hot. Thanks. Did you ever watch Little Miss Sunshine, Matt Saiga? Okay, guys, let me do a little self-promotion here, and then we'll go on with some more videos. All right. We'll go on with some videos here. First of all, if you like my content, become a member on YouTube. You can become a member on YouTube for as little as $1 a month, which is practically nothing. Absolutely nothing. You can become a YouTube for as little as $1 a month. If you do, that's okay, Matt Saigai. If you do, you get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name that'll change colors over time. So Alyssa here has a gold jester hat because Alyssa has been a member for many, many months. So she has a gold jester hat. HGMS has a blue one because HGMS has been here for a while. So your jester hat changes color for if you've been here longer. If you you know what? I need to change it to the live chat here. I think I was missing some people's messages. Okay. You need to what was I going to say here? Oh yes, if you're over on Twitch, please follow me. I'm trying to get to 300 followers, so would love some assistance in that. If you're over on Twitch, please follow me. And you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. By the way, for the people on YouTube, you can also go over and follow me on Twitch, too, if you want to. You don't have to. It's linked in the top of the chat there on YouTube. You can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime, which you can do for free. It won't cost you anything if you subscribe to me using Amazon Prime. Or just subscribe regularly, in which case you no longer have to see ads. It is, Matt Saiga. My Twitch viewership is going up. I'm very happy about that. Thank you, Gwen. Okay, I'm very happy about that. So... what's the 3 in copper mean? Oh, okay. It only costs your immortal soul, right? So please do that, all right? You can also support me with Buy Me a Coffee. If you want to send something to me anonymously where you don't have to actually out who it is or whatever, you can send me a Buy Me a Coffee. You could also, if you send me a Buy Me a Coffee, you don't have to do it anonymously. If you send $5 or more, I'll send you a personalized video response. Thank you, Paul Squall, really, for telling people to watch me on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Also, if you can also send me a super chat over on YouTube or a super chat or you can send me bits on Twitch. Oh my God. LaCroix, really, thank you. You're going to make me cry, guys. Dear God. Thank you so much. LaCroix just gifted you a bunch of memberships. Spawn Blaze got one. Lurking Snow Leopard got one. Oxpecker. Crawl of Zonth got one. Miasma 667 got one. Thank you guys, really. We need to see you cry. You don't need to see me cry. It's like you guys, for those who have been here a while, you have seen me cry a few times. I'm like one of those guys that cries very much about certain things. Okay, you know it. You guys have seen me cry before. You guys have seen me cry before, right? I'm pretty sure a lot of you have. All right. Thank you so much, though, LaCroix. Okay. And please like the make him cry. How dare you, Shiv? Okay. Oh, that's awesome. You're a positive change. Oh, that's good. Okay. Do they normally watch Alex Jones Outer Signal? Your brothers have? That's fantastic. Okay. All right. So, excellent. How many brothers do you have, Outer Signal? You know, I have a twin sister. I'm just curious. All right. Not from your eyes. Okay. Do we have any Nigerian folks out there apart from Outer Signal? That might be Outer Signal's brothers. Anyway, okay. Moving on. Doug has made the jester cry. God damn you, Doug. All right. And you know what, Mayflower kids, screw you. Okay, screw you. All right. Anyway. All right. Bro, the kind of guy to cry when someone holds the door. Screw you, Sir Bartholomew. Okay, moving on. So, guys, we got a lot of. We have some other stuff. We have some other stuff to happen. Okay, we have other stuff to talk about. I can't speak. See, it's the lead. All right, let's watch. So, Drusilla sent me something, and okay, I got you. I totally got you. Okay, some things here to talk about. I have some. So, Drusilla sent me something to watch. We'll just watch it real fast here. Thank you, Drusilla. This is, I don't know, it looks like, is that Marie Antoinette? Is this person supposed to be Marie Antoinette? Let's just watch this real fast. Acknowledge Dolly. Dolly, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I was pulling this up. You're going to make me cry, Dolly boy. Oh, but see, Dolly boy, when you tell me to do something, it makes you want to do the opposite. So here, I'll fake cry. There you go. Was that good crying? Did that work? All right. Thank you, Dolly boy, though, really, for the contribution. I loved it. But they're turning the frogs gay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting off track here. All right. So over here, let's watch this. This is Marie Antoinette. Okay, I think so. It's God, Dolly boy, you're amazing. Thank you. 1,000, Jesus. That's better than Matt Saigai has ever done, ever. All right, you're much better than Matt Saigai, Dolly boy. I want to point that out. So much better. Okay. It's not like I'm trying to turn you two against each other to make you donate more. Anyway, okay. So let's see. All right, let me put my face up. So let's watch this. This was sent from Drusilla. No, Matt Saigai, come back. I'm joking. I'm sorry. I love you. Happy birthday. Okay. All right. Let's go on here. All right, so let's go on here. So, okay, this was sent to us by Drusilla. Let's watch. This whole thing looks like it was stitched. Literally, this whole thing looks like it was stitched. Do you see that? Dear God. All right. Is that what it's called, stitch, or is it, I don't know, crocheted? I don't know. Let's watch. Let's see what Drusilla sent us.
Guillotine was specifically designed to be the most humane way to decapitate someone in front of a jeering crowd.
Yeah, that was short and sweet. I think we all got the message there. I know, Matt's like, I'm joking. I know. That's why I was being an asshole. I'm sorry. You've donated like the most to me, I think. I think you've donated to me more than almost anyone else. I'm sorry. Okay, I was just joking with you. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, Philomena. That was Philomena Kunk, but I think we got the message that Drusilla was sending there. Okay, I think we got the message that Drusilla was sending by showing us a guillotine, which I've said multiple times that I've been considering getting a guillotine tattoo. You all can understand the historical and present relevance of that. Oh, it's all crochet? Gotcha. Okay, so for those who don't know, I've always wanted a guillotine tattoo, and I'm actually kind of want to get one at some point. Anyway, so there you go, Dolly boy. Exactly. Y'all, he's falling for it, Dolly boy. Shh, let it happen. Okay. All right, that was lovely. Thank you, Drusilla. Okay, let's watch some other shit, shall we? Let's watch some other shit. Where'd I put the other shit? Oh, yes. So here is something kind of interesting, I guess you could say. I don't know if you want to call it that. There is. So I really like the Majority Report, guys. I want an Emperor Guillotine tattoo. Ooh. What's Emperor Guillotine? I should know, Redmond. Would you tell me? By the way, welcome, Redmond. Love having you in the stream, by the way. Love it. What did Outer Signal say? Philomena is a good. I love Philomena. Okay, guys, moving on. They are, Shiv. These crackers are sweet, and they have chocolate in them. Oh, my God, I'm so ADHD. Okay, focus. Everyone focus. Everyone focus. Wait, he's 60 years old, Matt Saigai. Sam Cedar is 60 years old. He looks very attractive for being sick. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's rude. Focus. I'm sorry, Sir Bartholomew. Focus. We're focused. We are focused. Okay. Moving on. So we're going to watch here. This short by Sam Cedar in the Majority Report. And close enough, Matt Saigai. The Majority Report. And it's called Republican Candidate Gives Wild Take on Poor Folks. Now, I have seen this clip. This is like a Republican candidate revealing what he really thinks about the peasantry, okay? This would be like if, a lord was out in public and accidentally said out loud, why are all these poor so dirty, kind of a deal, okay? So this Republican kind of had a little slip up, and let's just take a look and watch it. Let's see what Sam has to say about it. And we can all stare with glazy eyes at Sam. Okay.
A good poll out today for Sherrod Brown. It's supposedly like an internal Republican poll in Ohio. It shows him up by 2 points. They're both under 50. We got a ways to go here. But I think I have an idea as to why Senator John Husted.
Or you can also like Emma. That's fine too.
Is it my pronounce his name? Husted?
I keep seeing John Houston whenever I see it.
Why Senator John Husted may not be connecting with the people of Ohio. Here he is. This is March 10th.
It's on some podcast. I couldn't figure out what one.
He's being interviewed on a podcast.
Yeah, Matt's good too.
It's always interesting to see what they put in their office, just to get a sense of it.
Probably should have your phone face up in the background of your.
Okay, let's get to the clip.
Knows,
okay, they're about to get to the clip, folks.
Here he is explaining what's wrong with poor people.
And people living in poverty are just not very. They're not very experienced at navigating the real world.
Oh yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to rehear that. I only saw this clip once, and I can't quite remember what he said. That was so annoying.
And people living in poverty are just not very. They're not very experienced at navigating the real world, right? I remember talking to one young lady who.
Now, okay. I think we all know what he was about to say there. We all noticed that, right? We all noticed that pause. Poor people are just not experienced. We saw that, right? We saw that. What do we think he wanted to say there? Like, I think we know. I think it's pretty obvious. He used PR language. He wanted to say that they're basically dumb or that they're unintelligent or something like that. Okay, that's definitely, yeah. So then he's like, how do I frame this? Experienced, because that sounds less harsh than what he wants to say, right? I mean, come on. Okay, what else does he say?
Said, well, I don't really know how money works at a grocery store because she grew up and has lived all of her adult life using SNAP cards to buy groceries. And so you literally have to teach people how to budget. If this the buzzword today, let's face it, it's affordability, right?
Okay, so people in poverty.
Okay. I forgot how annoying this was. Yeah, guys, don't you know that the issue with people in poverty is that they're stupid and they need to learn how to budget better? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, really hard to budget if you don't have enough to survive on, right? Really hard to budget if you don't have enough to survive on, okay? It's like you can't budget out what you don't have. And if you're living, by the way, guys, budgeting takes time. And if you're working a lot, okay, like if you're working a lot and shit like that, you're okay. But, okay, I just don't totally chopper. It sounds like something Caroline Levitt would say. I don't know what else to say about this. Let's see what Sam has to say about it. But it's just so revealing. Well, let me see. Does he even talk? You know, we don't need to really hear what he says about it. But this idea is very common amongst right-wingers, amongst a lot like the political class, that poor people are just incompetent. They're just lazy. We've heard this before, okay? A lot of us in here would be classified as low income. We're not stupid, okay? We're not stupid. It's hard to survive out there, right? It's hard to survive out there. I just don't know. I'm just so sick of this attitude, right? Then they show us sample budgets and the person, yeah, do we remember that, guys, when McDonald's released, yeah, budgeting is hard when you have health issues too. Yeah, Raymond, you're right. But you notice how he said, and that might be a different thing, but you notice how he kind of changed what he was saying. He said, you know, she had only ever used SNAP benefits, so she didn't know how to use cash. Clearly, she needs to learn how to budget. Okay, first of all, I doubt that she doesn't know how to use cash, but what does budgeting have to do with this? Okay. All right. So, is that is that true though, TJ? Like, I don't even think that's true, TJ. Getting rich, guys, is about luck. I'm sorry. It is about luck. It is primarily about luck. The luck is where you are born, who you are born to, okay? It's mainly about luck. A lot of times you'll be told you have to start your own business, innovate and shit like that. Do you know how many people try to start their own businesses and fail? So they never tell you the next part of that. Well, you have to start a new business and good luck having it fail. I mean, good luck having it succeed. Like, most businesses fail, and it's not because the ideas aren't good. It's luck. Some people's it's not like people whose ideas succeed know that they're going to succeed. It's a roll of the dice a lot of the time. And some people are lucky and some people are not lucky. I don't know what else to tell you. And it certainly is helpful to know how to create a business, how to run it, have family members who are already doing it, have money and capital to do it, right? You can fail at creating a business a lot more times if you have more capital to sink into it. So, all right. And most people that are wealthy are born into it. There they are. Elon Musk was born into wealth. Donald Trump was born into wealth. Okay? And I also like the notion here when they say you have to work, if the people who work the hardest, if you try really, really hard, there are single mothers who have 2 jobs. So you're saying they're not working hard enough to be rich? I feel like a single mother working 2 jobs and raising a kid is working more than Elon Musk is. Not rich though, okay? So, all right. I'm so sick of these arguments. I really am. It's also dehumanizing. The game is rigged and you can't just work harder. It's simply impossible. Correct. So, all right. So just be clear. The main thing that makes you rich is luck. Literally. I'm not joking. Can you guys see what I'm saying? All right. So there you go. And by the way, even if we were to say that people who are really motivated to work hard and stuff might have an advantage, is that something you learn or is that something you're born with? Like, a lot of people just have a lot more energy. Okay? Like, a lot of people have a lot more energy, okay? I don't know if you've met, there are a lot of people who seem to be run by a motor. And there are studies on this. Like, some people have a higher energy level, things like that. Like, it's not that people who don't have as much energy don't want to be rich and so they aren't working hard. All right. Zip code is the biggest economic predictor. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Gwen, exactly. Gwen, perfect example. Gwen says, my ex-husband and I started a restaurant and it went well. We were working together 15 hours a day, arguing all the time. And one day the basement flooded and we gave up. Luck. Okay. Gwen was doing everything right and it was working, but then this disaster happened. It doesn't mean Gwen is lazy. Trump disclosed House Reps terminal. Okay. All right. Jesus. Anyway. Yeah, Sylvie. Okay. I'm just gonna. All right. Moving on. So there you go. I just can't. I'm so sick of blaming poor people. I really am. Some of the smartest people I've met when I was a teacher were people very poor, were impoverished. Okay. All right. I oftentimes think about how many people that are brilliant out there do we not get to see what they could invent to improve society, or do we not get to see what they could use their intelligence for because they are impoverished and they don't have access to the things they need to rise to the point where they can actually contribute, like do science, or you see what I mean? Anyway, so much. All right. All right. You have an unemployed PhD graduate. Yep, Chopper, you do. You have unemployed PhD graduates living in poverty. Guys, I went to grad school. I don't have my PhD. I have my master's. I was getting my PhD. And I am not exactly at the top of the economic food chain, like in a lot of folks out there I know are. But you want communism so we can all share in being poor. Oh my God, look, I hate you. I want everyone to be rich, basically, or at least have upper middle class kind of status. or middle class status, right? You know that little claw. Shiv, most rich people are born rich, then boost that wealth, inheriting from ancestors that either stole from around the world or existed. Yep, Shiv. Right. Okay, I'm done with that. Thank you. I just wanted to watch that. Let's do this now, guys. I wanted to quickly... Yeah, and guys, we're not... You know what? This is a fair point. Yeah, I know Marzipan Power. Like, I was not paid much to... I was being paid. I didn't have to pay for my graduate education, but I was not paid much to do graduate work and stuff, and that was one of the reasons I had to stop doing the graduate work. I know a lot of you don't know that story, but one of the reasons I didn't get my PhD was because it was too expensive to live off the stipend, do all the work, and survive with all my the medications some of the medications and stuff I needed for depression, etc. But anyway, so what I want to do, guys, let me see what we have here on Discord to react to. Yeah, right, Sylvia. Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing I was going to say. God, my ADHD is going crazy right now. One of the things I wanted to add was we even have to consider being in a nation that is very imperialistic and colonial. We don't even see, we have to work less here to, like, as I just said, it's not true that the more you work, the richer you get. But even then, it's still easier for us than it is in people in countries that are being exploited by the West. Like, a lot of the reasons why things here are less expensive for us is because we're exploiting workers in Africa or India or Mexico, okay? So it's even harder over there. And you can see how hard it is here. So just think at how that is for a large chunk of the world's population, all right? Because they're in this situation of being exploited for their labor, so that we don't have to pay as much for shit, okay? You see what I mean? All right. Thank you, Gwen. All right, let's go on here. Doug, for the first time in 4 decades, meat packers. Okay, very good. All right. That's so disgusting, Matt Saiga. That's so disgusting. All right, that's so disgusting. Okay. Let's go on here. Let me see what we have here in the Discord community. Guys, please join our Discord community. It's linked at the top of the chat on both YouTube and Twitch. You can recommend things for me to react to on there. And we have a very fast-growing community on there. You'll also be notified of when I go live if you join there. There's notifications you can sign up for on there that'll tell you. Okay. Oh, you know what? That looks good. You know what? Let's watch this. Meowsword sent a good one about smallpox, but before that, here's a short one that looks like it's going to make me want to scream my head off. There you go, Gwen. Okay, donate some, Gwen. All right, so let's watch this. So this is from Meowsword. It's very short. It says here. This is from Nick Sorter. Laughing my ass off. So this is a right-wing guy. Laughing my ass off, Democrats are throwing a fit as pro-gun activists are outside the Virginia state capitol handing out free 30-round AR-15 magazines to folks as the state government is about to ban them. This is what patriotism looks like right here. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, he's being serious. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. All right, let's watch this. So apparently there are right-wing activists outside of the Supreme Court in what state handing out ammunition to people because to protect our second. What is wrong with this country? I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Jesus Christ. Good, let's just hand the child AR-15. Oh my God. Why is this legal? I can't. This is a child and they're just handing like. These motherfuckers are responsible for the death of every student, every child that dies in an American school. I am so sick of this shit.
I can give that to one of the other guys. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you very much.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Oh my God. Yeah, they're just, yeah, Laqual, they're just handing out AR-15 ammunition. I mean, okay, these people are the ones who will be like, no, we can't have universal health care. That's socialism. No, we can't feed the poor. That's socialism. Here, have a free AR-15 ammunition pack. That's real freedom. Everyone can have free guns and ammunition. No one can have food or health care. No, HMS, you're not wrong. What's wild is that some of these mags will be used to, yeah. Now, is it mags or, okay, maybe it is ammunition. Okay, so it might not be ammunition, but regardless, well, it says 30 round AR-15 mags. So I don't know if they're full mags or if they're empty mags. Regardless, so a mag, so someone tell me, guys, I am not as much of a gun nut. I mean, I don't know as much about guns. A mag, though, is the actual thing that the ammunition goes in. I don't know if these are actually full or they just hold 30 mags. Yeah. So, but is it but they're empty? Okay, that's fair. If they're empty, regardless, but would these things typically be full of ammunition? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. You're handing out a part of a weapon. Okay, gotcha, Sylvie. Regardless, you're still handing out and celebrating parts of a weapon, an assault rifle, like it's candy. Gotcha. Okay. Still, what are we doing? Okay, I don't care that there's no ammunition in it. You're still handing out a part of a weapon. All right. Great. But we can't have universal health care. We can't give out food to the poor. We have to hand out empty magazines for assault rifles. I love that. God bless America, right? God, fuck this country. Okay. And this is a right-wing guy who's posting this, talking about Democrats throwing a fit about it and being like, oh my God. Sylvie, they won't, though. They won't have to get rid of it at all. Okay. A lot of them will hide it, won't give it up. There's no way to force the collection of these things after they've been gotten. All right. And a lot of these guys already have weapons that they're probably not going to give up. Anyway, it's just a mess. Okay, Meowzord, if you stand in a long enough line, they could just hand out every individual. You're actually right, Meowzord. Okay. Ah, Jesus. So stupid. I'm so sick of this. Guys, this got 108,000 likes. 108,000 likes. Yep. God bless. God bless. Okay. All right. We're all gonna die. It's fine. Whatever. We're all gonna die. Okay. So, by the way, okay, never mind. I don't want to say that. Let's go on to the next thing here. Boop, 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 boo. What else do we got to watch here? Boop, 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 boo. What else do we got here? You guys have sent some good stuff. Drone operator. Okay, let's watch. Looks like another comedic. How did you get So this was sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti. It looks like a shorter one. Oh yes, Matt's like, I've seen the Netanyahu coffee video and I don't see a problem with it. So I don't we talked about it earlier. Let's stop blindly claiming that these videos are AI when we don't know, and it doesn't really matter anyway. And I really don't. I think Netanyahu's alive and well. I don't see any proof that he is. I have seen no proof that Netanyahu is gone. And I'm not going to believe any video I see either way. I'm going to assume he's alive unless we have definitive evidence. It doesn't make sense to me that they would hide that when they have to, when they have an opposition party and stuff. As in, it seems much more likely to me that he's alive. Okay. Anyway, and I think I think it's kind of a waste of time to try and figure it out by watching videos that are randomly posted on the internet, because I can't tell the difference a lot of the times. Yeah, exactly, Wizards. It's like if he's dead, their government isn't acting like it, and there isn't much material difference in how the country acts anyway. And can I also point out something else, guys? We also, as much as I hate Netanyahu, and I would love to have a celebration when that day comes, if you know what I mean. Okay, when that day comes, if you know what I mean. We do know that. What do you think Israel would do if Iran were to, let's say, assassinate Netanyahu? Do you think Israel's going to suddenly become unicorns and fairies and rainbows and a little angelic state that'll be a blessing upon the planet? Or do you think it'll give them an excuse to really level? Dolly Boy, you said it, Dolly Boy, nuke Iran. I would not be surprised if they use that as an excuse to go complete. Okay, you know what I mean. So regardless, so my point here, guys, is if that's the case, do we think they would hide him being dead? Or would they immediately take advantage of that, turn him into a martyr, and use it to do a massive attack of some sort or genocide? Come on, guys. You know what they would do. If he were actually dead, come on. You know what they would do. Okay? They would immediately use that shit. And I will say, Iran came out a couple days ago and said they're actively going to try and kill him. It's very possible they're trying to protect him from Iran right now by sort of hiding him and moving him around and shit, just to make sure that Iran can't get to him. Yeah, there you go, Wizards, right? All right. So just anyway, I'm just saying, don't waste much time trying to figure that out. If it's true, we'll find out. All right. Okay, I know, Gwen. All right. So anyway, moving on. Let's watch this. Drone operator for the U.S. military. Let's watch.
How did you get a job operating drones for the U.S. military?
How does anyone get a job? You go on Indeed and you apply. The benefits are really awesome. I mean, work from home, summer Fridays.
Dude, watch out! Oh my God, you just at a hospital.
Dude, it's fine as long as you
Oh my God, this is so dark. This is so dark.
hit the target country or one next to it. No one cares. Jackson, that tank you thought you hit last week turns out it was an Uber. You dumb.
Dude, should you be drinking and doing this right now?
It's virtual happy hour.
You're still flying,
oh,
dude.
Shit.
You just blew up an ice cream truck.
Hey, but to be fair, with these graphics, everything looks like a terrorist convoy. There's just not a lot of pressure at this job. 2 weeks ago, I accidentally hit a parade.
Oh. Nah, I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that at all.
Oh my God.
And they were cool with it. Yeah, I thought the guy with the trombone was holding a rocket launcher. You should try it, dude. It's a lot of fun. Just try it. Just try it. Hit that one. Hit that one. Yeah,
This is so dark.
Yeah, you got it. Right on the money, baby. Yeah. Can't wait to.
So guys, so what you guys are watching, I know, sorry if I cut it out. This guy, they're joking. It's called Drone Operators for the U.S. Military. This guy is a drone operator. He's letting his roommate try out operating the drone, and they're playing around. They're accidentally hitting hospitals and shit. Okay, you get the joke. It's a really dark joke. It's funny, though, right? You see the joke? Okay. By the way, this actually isn't that far from reality. The Pentagon put out ads calling for video gamers to join the drone program. I'm not joking. I can show you this, okay? Pentagon asks gamers to join drone program. Okay. With U.S. at war, it's happened a while ago. The Army's first ever drone warfighter competition came amid a sweeping effort by the Pentagon, and then they go on to say, I'm trying to see here, that the military has been trying to. He said one thing that helps a lot with training is hiring soldiers that play video games. Okay, so like, yeah, they literally have like video game events and stuff to try and get people. So it's really gross. Okay, what do you think that does? It creates dehumanization. It certainly makes it a lot easier to murder a school full of children, to murder a bunch of children in a school if you're doing it through a screen and you view it as a video game, right? So that is not that far off of a joke here about what we're doing with our drone operators. It's kind of like two bros playing a video game and laughing about it. And if you want further proof of that, I don't know if I can show it on screen. Has anyone ever seen the video that that one whistleblower released of the American I think they were drone operators. No, they weren't drone operators. They were firing a Gatling gun in Iraq, and they were killing a bunch of civilians on the ground and laughing about it and shit. And it was all caught on camera. Do you remember that, Jonas? Yep. What was the name of? God damn it, I can't remember. What was the name of that whistleblower? I'm having a mind blank here. This is the lead again. Yep. What is it called? Yeah, let me see if I can find it. American laugh while killing civilians. That's right. U.S. helicopter crew laughing and joking as they opened fire on and killed a group of Iraqi civilians, including 2 Reuters journalists, by the way. Let me see if I can go back here. It was released by WikiLeaks. Yeah. Okay, yeah, WikiLeaks, this was from 2007. I don't know if I can show it on stream, guys. Yeah, let me go back here. So a secret video showing U.S. aircrew falsely claiming to have encountered a firefight in Baghdad and then laughing at the dead after launching an airstrike that killed a dozen people, including 2 Iraqis working for Reuters, news agency, was revealed by WikiLeaks today. Footage of the July 2007 attack was made public in a move that will further anger the Pentagon. And I'm pretty sure, guys, they ended up going after the journalist. They ended up going after the journalist who leaked this to WikiLeaks. I can't quite remember. Yeah, it was one of the first big leaks from WikiLeaks. The newly... Yep. Oh, by the way, here's another note here. The release of the video from Baghdad comes shortly after the U.S. military admitted that its special forces attempted to cover up the killings of 3 Afghan women in a raid in February by digging the bullets out of their bodies. So there's that, too. There's another little war crime embedded in this story. Cute little war crime there. I don't know if I can show you the video. I really don't know if I can show you it. We'll turn it on here, and then as soon as I remember it, so I won't show you the whole thing. It's kind of hard to tell what's happening, but if you want me to post the link to it.
Roger,
okay, so you see this. Okay, I'm not going to, I'll stop right here. You see this image? These are 2 journalists and a bunch of civilians on the street. This basically is a sight in the center that would allow them to fire high deadly projectiles at them. They go around them and then they open fire and kill all these people. Okay, and you see it all. You don't really see the people die, but they just murder them all and then they laugh about it. Oh, I remember, Jonas. I remember all of it. Okay, I'm not going to go into this. You can look it up yourself, guys, if you want to. There were also children wounded in this attack, 2 Reuters journalists, and they said the following: the lead helicopter, using the moniker Crazy Horse, opened fire. Ha ha ha, I hit him, shouts one of the American crew. Another responds a little later, oh yeah, look at those dead bastards. By the way, after they shot these guys, a van pulls up to try and rescue the survivors and bring them to the hospital. And the American crew turns the weapons at this van, kills the driver, destroys the van, and prevents them from doing it. And they literally say, and then you hear the American crew operators are trying to figure out a reason to shoot at the van. So they said the following: all you got to do is pick up a weapon, hoping that one of these men tries to pick up something that looks like a weapon so they can kill them. And then they go on to say, look at that, right through the windshield, after they killed one of the men. So I don't want to go, I don't want to go too much into this, but this is not new, what we're seeing in Iran, okay? And it's getting worse with drones and shit. Okay? Anyway, so don't we love this? Don't we love being Americans right now? Aren't we so proud of ourselves? And don't even get me started on Abu Ghraib, okay, or Abu Ghraib, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, and the massive war crimes. Yep, Jonas, Eric Prince gets to do it. Nope, you shouldn't, Lacroix. And like, all right. All right. And I get it, like, okay, and I'm not saying I get it. In war, a lot of times guys will shit talk, and what I mean is they'll say really horrible things. But that's not the point here, all right? Because I've heard people make that argument, and I'm like, no. Okay, the point is the callous disregard for the life and the not really caring whether they're civilians or not, the wanting to kill them, the bloodlust, right? The bloodlust to kill these people, and like let's hope they pick up a weapon. I really want to murder them, and then laughing about it after they're dead. Okay, that's like a step towards. That is a step of sociopathy that is beyond the sort of regular shit you see in war, okay? I mean, not beyond the regular shit, but okay, you get what I mean. And then the U.S. government tried to cover it up and tried to find the journalist who leaked it. Oh, I know, Gwen. And Gwen, admittedly, you know, though, Gwen, I'm sure that the UK committed war crimes in Afghanistan too, and in Iraq and Afghanistan too. I got to tell you, but yeah, the American Empire definitely worse. Okay, just because we had more weapons on the ground and did more killing, etc. Anyway, so yeah, but I get what you mean, Gwen. I do. You can see why so many people hate the Americans. All right. So okay, just a side note. Isn't that fun? Let me see what else we got here. What else do we got here in the Discord? But let's watch one more thing. All right, let's watch Roland Martin. This is from Outer Signal. Thank you, Outer Signal. Guys, if you post things in the reaction channel, if you want me to react to them, try and post, if you don't mind, how long it is. It helps me out. Now, if it's just a short, you don't have to post the time because I know it's short. But if you have a longer one, try to post how long it is, just so I know. That'd be very helpful. A lot of folks do it well and shit. I know a lot of you guys don't know that, so just be aware of that. I won't be, and also I'm never able to get to everyone's, but let's watch this. So this is Roland Martin. Now, I like Roland Martin. Or yeah, exactly. Or put the timestamp. If there's a specific part, yes, please put the timestamps also if you don't mind. If there's a specific part you want me to watch. So this is Roland Martin. Please read previous. Let's see. I'm sorry. What are you guys talking about? I'm trying to see what y'all are being debated about. What are you guys debating about? I'm just curious. No, I'm sure, sir, about that. Right. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. Moving on. So let's watch this. So this is Roland Martin. Let me explain. I know I keep getting stun locked because my ADHD medication is wearing off. Anyway, so this is Roland Martin. He is a progressive activist in the United States. Well, I like Roland Martin a lot. He does have some lived up takes that I wish were a bit better. Anyway, I mean, he is good overall. He's not a socialist, and I'm not. That's okay. You don't have to be a socialist, but he does have some good takes. So this was sent by Outer Signal. Apparently, I don't know. I guess he's talking about how the election of Obama triggered today's political climate. Okay. One of the issues I do have with Roland Martin is, understandably, he links almost everything back to race, white rage and things like that. And some of that is true. I think it can be oversimplified sometimes, but let's see what he has to say here about this.
Here's what people don't understand. In the history of America, every period of black success has been followed by white backlash. There's never a period in American history where black success was not followed by white backlash. Trump absolutely is the result of that black success. The Tea Party. If you look at the murder of George Floyd in 2020, what then happens is that they begin to say, "Oh no, we can't have the response." The Black Lives Matter protest was the first protest in American history where black people were centered, but the majority of Americans agreed with it. So what happened in 2021? They attacked BLM. 2022, critical race theory. 2023, they attacked DEI. 2024, it was all woke. So all you're seeing today absolutely is a response to murder of George Floyd, election of Obama. And so what we have to recognize is that what they desire right now is to roll it back. They believe that the downfall of America began with the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act, the 1968 Fair Housing Act. When you
I actually agree with him on this stuff. Sometimes I don't agree with him. I like him on this though. Let me see.
Birthright citizenship. That is, even though they're saying that with Latinos, the reality is the 14th Amendment was a Reconstruction Amendment. There were 3 Reconstruction Amendments: 13th, 14th, 15th. 13th abolished slavery. 14th had equal protection.
By the way, Roland Martin is brilliant.
So they want to roll that back.
I've actually seen him speak in person, and he reminds me of like a professor who can just rattle off all these facts and like make a coherent argument on the fly. That's like how he's so good at citing all this shit. Anyway,
so the desire is to absolutely roll back black success.
He sounds like a history book.
Are sleepwalking through these times.
Oh my god! And like, guy, it's like a. By the way, oh my god! I just want to say, I'm not saying this because he's black. I'm not doing the whole. Oh my god, he's so well spoken. You know what that is. As a teacher, he whenever he speaks, he structures his argument like an essay. He's starts with a thesis, provides evidence, and then does a conclusion. Did you hear that? Anyway, it's just really good. So I agree with that. And it is true historically in the United States that there is a trend. For example, if anyone's heard of Black Wall Street, Black Wall Street, where there was the black community was growing in influence and was becoming very wealthy in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was called Black Wall Street. It was a thriving community, and the white side of the town didn't like that too much. So with a bit of an oversimplification here, they destroyed it. They burned it down. There you go, Invalid Axiom. I teach piano and coach football, by the way. You know what I mean? Thank you, Invalid Axiom. Like, as a teacher, I'm like, oh, well, that was like a verbal essay. Well done. Okay. And like, he's right. There was a massive backlash. They burned down Black Wall Street. We have seen historically that when black people rise, white people strike back. Okay. And I got to tell you, one thing he didn't mention, I think you could take this even further back to slavery times. Literally, when black people would rise up in rebellion, the white people would strike back. When slaves would rise up in rebellion, the white people would fight back. They would take up arms. They would kill the slaves rebelling. And there is not much of a difference historically, or much of, I'm not making this up. If you look at the chronology of this, it's like it changed, but it was the same thing. After the end of slavery, you still had these white backlashes, but it wasn't direct suppression of enslaved people. It was suppression of communities of black people who were getting the phrase they would use is uppity. That was literally the phrase they used. You see what I mean? Okay, yeah, Gwen, the first black senator was in the 1800s during Reconstruction, and then, yeah, right? Right, you're right, Wizard's Bread Book. I will say, you're right, Wizard's Bread Book. This happens against, like, a lot of groups, but there is a particular, it is especially true for people with dark skin, in terms of the scale of it historically. Yeah, I agree with this, and that is what got Trump really popular, was he did the birtherism against Obama. Now, uh, Matt Saigai, Matt Saigai makes a good joke here. Do you condemn the slaves for killing their white slave masters, Sam? You know what's funny about that? That's literally, I've used that example to talk about Gaza, right? I've actually kind of heard similar arguments to that when I've been talking about Nat Turner. I've heard people say Nat Turner had the biggest slave uprising in the United States. People will be like, "Oh my God, he was so brutal." I do not support that kind of thing. He went around killing white slave owners and their children. He did, guys. He went from plantation to plantation. He sometimes killed children, white slave owners and their wives. Okay, and I have actually taught adults who are like, "Oh my God, that's so brutal. What a horrible person." Like, why would he do this? Now they wouldn't ask me to, he wouldn't, he wouldn't, they didn't ask me, they wouldn't ask me to condemn him, but I would have to, it reminds me so much of the Hamas shit. Do you condemn Hamas? It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, do I like the idea of white children getting murdered? That sounded bad. Of children getting killed and like the wives getting killed. No, am I going to sit here and be like, how dare he do that? No. Okay. I don't blame him. I'm sorry. I don't blame him at all for doing that, going from plantation to plantation. And I am not going to, even the men, right? I am not going to point a finger at these enslaved people and be like, how dare they? How dare they rise up? Okay, I am not going to do that. Okay. Anyway, so anyway, it's just insane to me. Yeah, morality doesn't exist. Correct, Blizzard. No, an easier way to phrase this, Wizards, is context. Okay, context. What is the context of this? Hamas, what is the context of what Hamas did? October 7th did not start on October 7th. We know this, right? There's a larger context. Anyway, Nat Turner's uprising did not begin on Nat Turner's uprising. Anyway. Yeah, I don't condemn Hamas either, Brightlove. I got to tell you, I can't say much on stream here, guys, but I've told you all before how I feel about this. I don't think I need to go into it again. Okay. I like to be blunt. Yeah. By the way, according to international law, it's legal to resist an occupying force. Anyway, I don't want to, I got to be careful here. You all know my thoughts on this, all right? Nat Turner was badass, by the way, and I support him completely. Anyway, moving on, shall we? Also, here's another example, guys. You'll often hear stories of Native Americans. You'll also hear stories of Native Americans, and the Native Americans, they would scalp us. They scalped us, and they would, they were brutal. They would do horrible things. Yeah, they were pretty brutal. And you know what? I don't give a shit. Anyway, okay. All right. Yeah, we don't exactly. Anyway, moving on. Harriet Tubman was a terrorist. All right. Yeah, when there's a wildfire, do I blame the fire? Right? No. That's how human beings are, guys. Human beings are animals. You beat them down, you corner them, you poke at them with a stick, you torture them. Sometimes they're going to bite back. What do you expect to happen? You throw them into a giant open-air concentration camp, you lob bombs at them, you kill their children, you murder them, you take their land away, and you refuse to give them sovereignty. What do you expect to happen? You put them in chains, you sell them like objects, you openly kill them, abuse them, whip them, rape them. What do you expect to happen? Anyway. All right, moving on. So, all right. Wizards. Yep, you cry tears screaming about how they're savages as you slaughter them and their children. Correct, Jonas. All right. Anyway. Yeah, it drives me crazy. You all know what I'm talking about. All right, I'm going to put my face up, guys. That was one of my favorite things. Yeah, have you not learned from Cahokia? Hey, Meowsword, right? We talked about Cahokia. The elites were literally sacrificing people, depriving them of the best food, letting them have to drown when there were great floods. What do you expect to happen? The people aren't going to be too happy after a while. Anyway, you guys got it. And that was a long time ago, right? Okay. LaCroix, hey, they hit them with a warning bomb before they hit them with a bigger, worse bomb. Oh my God, LaCroix, I know that bullshit. Jesus. Insane. There you go, guys. Why did the Irish hate them? I wonder, like, you see what I mean? You guys get it, okay? I wonder, why did the Irish hate the English? Wonder why. Or why did they hate the British Empire? I wonder why. All right. Anyway. You guys get the idea. All right. So, guys, it is currently 5:01. I'm going to abandon all of you. I'm going to leave now. All right. I'm hungry. I'm going to go eat some food. So please join our Discord if you haven't already, guys. It is linked at the top of both the Twitch and the YouTube page. Deeply appreciate it. And how dare you, Wizard? You're the nerd, Wizards. Okay. Yeah, why exactly, Dolly Boy? Why did the Highlander hate the English so much, right? Oh, those Scottish barbarians, they're just so uncivilized. Why do they want to kill the, like, I wonder why. I wonder why there's some hatred there. Okay. Or we could even talk about, why do the Protestants hate the Catholics? Why do the Catholics hate the Protestants? Why, like, okay, well, things happened. All right. So if you're doing that, dear Meowser. Okay, everyone, so here we go. You all know what I'm about to say. I love you all very much. First of all, free Palestine, guys. Please, 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 please. I know they all hate. We all hate. Exactly, Fear Bartholomew. Why do you all hate me? I think you all know why you all hate me, right? You all hate me. Okay. All right. One last thing. Has anyone ever heard, the story of the Zulus, the Zulu Empire, who resisted the English colonialism or British colonialism? By the way, really badass story there. I just remember reading accounts from the time of, like, all these British aristocrats and shit being like, oh, these barbaric Zulus, look at the tactics they're using. They're killing our wonderful British troops in their barbaric spears and ways and shit like that. They really ought to accept the civilization. It's like, well, what do you expect? Like, do you expect them to be like, sure, come in here and kill us, Britain? Okay, anyway, I'm done. Okay. Love you all very much. Free Palestine, guys. Please free Palestine. Free Sudan. Free the Ukraine. Free Iran. So many places need to be freed. Okay. Yeah, Gwen. Yeah, great movie about that. Free them all. Okay. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. Doubt what you hear from their mouths. Okay. That includes when you watch me. I know I'm not like an authority figure, but I have the illusion of being an authority figure because I'm on the internet and I'm on the other side of a screen, okay? Question what you hear. Don't just believe me because I'm on the other side of a screen. See what other people are saying. I'm just a human, okay? Everyone on the island is. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, okay? We're living in a fascist moment in the country. Fascism is... thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical means for change, or more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not do it. Thank you, Gwen. Really, that makes me happy to hear. Okay. Invalid. How dare you? Okay. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. You have humanity. You deserve life, etc. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. It's been passed down in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, guys. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day, morning, evening, noon, night. I love you all very much. Please join our Discord. You can chat to me on there. I will be back on tomorrow for our regularly scheduled programming, okay? And if a disaster happens, I'll come back on as an